Alder Hall. Harrington McKinney. Kemble. King. Palm. Fair. Rummel. Skidmore. Verveer. Wood. Zellers. Aaron's. Balday. Bidarsilov. Carter. Cheeks. Clear. DeMarb. Eskridge. Gruber. We have quorum.
Quorum is present. The council's in session. Alderman Revere.
Good evening. Thank you, Mayor. I want to mention two very quick housekeeping items. First, welcome the very many representatives we have here from the community with us this evening, more than ordinarily. Because of the wide interest in many of the items on our agenda this evening, some of you might have noticed the signs leading into this chamber mentioning that we have set up an overflow room, so if anyone becomes uncomfortable or can hear my voice otherwise and isn't in the chamber yet, you may proceed upstairs to the third floor in room 354 of this building. Madison City Channel has set up a live video stream upstairs if necessary for anybody this evening. Additionally, we have arranged for language interpreters to be here tonight on behalf of the city at our expense. So there's both should be a Mandarin interpreter here for one item, as well as Spanish language interpreters as well. There are at least two here that we've arranged. So wanted everyone to be aware of that. With all that said, then, Mayor, I would move the customary suspension of rules. So I formally move to suspend Rules 2.04, Order of Business, 2.05 for Introduction of Business, 2.24 for Ordinances, and 2.25 for Resolutions for items so designated on the agenda.
Motion, is there a second? Thank you. Motion is second to suspend the rules on the question of suspension. All those in favor, aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Motion carries. Alderman Revere.
Thank you. I move adoption of agenda item number 1.
Is there a second?
Second.
Motion is second. Alderman Revere.
Thank you. It's my honor to read the resolution honoring the life and work of Judy Wilcox. Whereas Judy Wilcox devoted her life to helping others and had an immeasurable positive impact in the city of Madison and Dane County, especially in advancing affordable housing and addressing mental health needs. And whereas Judy was the first woman elected to the Stoughton City Council and was a member of the Dane County Board of Supervisors for 12 years, where she chaired the Health and Human Needs Committee. And whereas Judy served the public in many capacities, including chair of the Dane County Housing Authority, chair of the Dane County Board of Health, member of the Dane County Human Services Board, member of the Henry Vilas Zoo Commission, and member of the Board of Directors of Journey Mental Health. And whereas Judy served in the Peace Corps from 1987 to 1989, then worked many years for the state of Wisconsin addressing housing needs for homeless people. And whereas in 2001, the AIDS Resource Center of Wisconsin awarded Judy the Sterling Rose Award for her work in addressing housing issues faced by individuals with HIV and AIDS. And whereas the YWCA named her a Woman of Distinction in 2001. And whereas Judy was always optimistic and cheerful, even up to the time she passed away on December 31st, 2016 at age 76. Now therefore be it resolved that the Mayor and Common Council of the City of Madison extends its condolences to Judy's family and friends and invites all Madisonians to celebrate and honor the life and work of Judy Wilcox.
Thank you very much. Just want to know, is there any members of Judy's family here? I guess not.
I don't believe any of her
Okay.
daughters or grandchildren are with us this evening, Mayor. I would like to say a few words and also suggest a moment of silence for Judy as well, if I might just say a few words first. I had the distinct pleasure of considering Judy a friend for over 2 decades. We even traveled together on vacation with a group of friends from Madison here on more than one occasion. And it was devastating to so many of us in the community when she was stricken with cancer late last year. This resolution, frankly, doesn't do justice to the work that Judy did as a community activist. For example, I know that she served in many other public capacities. For example, at the time of her death, she was a member of the Madison and Dane County Board of Health, serving as a colleague with Alderperson Fair, as a representative of the City of Madison, as an appointee of the city. Additionally, she served on other boards of directors of nonprofits like Operation Fresh Start that aren't mentioned in this resolution. Suffice to say, I know many of you knew Judy and know what a remarkable person she was and how sorely she will be missed in the community by so many of us. We will certainly see that the copy of this resolution be conveyed to her family. And I want to lastly thank the members of the Madison Equal Opportunities Commission for ensuring that Judy be honored tonight. So Alderperson Kimball, and I know at least one commissioner is here for this resolution tonight. Commissioner Adam Broadbender is here, maybe others. So I want to thank the MEOC for their work ensuring that this resolution was on tonight's agenda. And if appropriate, now, Mayor, unless there's others seeking to speak, I would just ask for a brief moment of silence to honor the memory of Judy.
Let us have a moment of silence in memory of Judy Wilcox. Thank you.
Thank you.
Further discussion on the resolution? Seeing none, Alderwoman Rummel.
Thank you, Mayor. Well, I didn't know Ms. Wilcox as well as Alder Revere. I did have the privilege of serving with her on 2 special committees where we have been partnering with the county to do the permanent supportive housing, and she was selected by the county to represent the county on this committee, where we selected Heartland Housing twice because we were so impressed by their commitment to social justice as housing providers. And so ever since then, of course, we had that special bond, and she was one of the most lively, smart, sarcastic, interesting person you will meet in Madison, and I know she's beloved by many and will be missed.
Thank you. Further discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor of the resolution, aye. Aye. Opposed, no. Motion carries. Item number 2, resolution recognizing International Flower Workers Day. Alderman Balda.
So I have to Skype, I have a couple of people calling from Colombia, so I'll be in front there.
Please.
Thank you. I'm calling, but I think we can start with the person who's here already. John? Yeah.
While we're
All right, so we have...
getting the Skype prepared, do you want us to go ahead with the registration first?
No, we have them now, I think.
Okay.
But I don't know, is the audio coming there or no? Lisa, can you say something? He's saying something. How do we get the audio there?
Why don't we have the one registration now while we work on the audio? I'd like to call on Jack Lawn, supporting, wishing to speak on item 2. It's Jack.
I want to hear the person talking to
Jack, this microphone over here, please.
That's your computer.
No, this the volume.
I appreciate the opportunity to speak with you this evening. You have a resolution that pertains to the flower industry in Colombia. I'm the president of the Columbia Support Network based here in Madison. We've run
Can you say
a program
something, Lisa?
concerned with Columbia for the last 30 years here in Madison. And we've been very much involved from time to time with the issue of mistreatment of workers in the flower industry, particularly in the area of Bogota, but flowers that many of those flowers come here. Thousands of roses and carnations are produced in Colombia and are sent to this country. And we very much support a resolution which hopefully will have the tendency to convince those who own those flower farms in Colombia that they will better treat their workers and take measures to improve the working conditions there. I appreciate very much the opportunity to speak here. I would just like to mention one of the great workers in our organization, my wife, Cecilia Serratelon, would have been here, but she died in St. Mary's Hospital on Sunday. So I'm very pleased to be able to come in her place to speak with you. Thank you.
Thank you. How are we doing on the audio?
What do you, I don't know, I can't hear. And the city channel people are not here, so there is- So anyway, I'll just go and read the resolution if you don't mind from here.
Okay.
So, Lisa, can you hear me? Guess you can hear me, but I can't hear her, so I don't know how to work this out.
Pardon?
Can you hear me, Lisa?
Oh, you just lost her.
No, see, I just want to see if it is the cable that has the problem. No, so it's not the cable. Why is the audio not coming? Lisa? Yes, okay, very good. Okay, should be coming. It's not coming. Why is it?
Do you need the,
Yeah, I need that to feed up there.
you need the?
Yeah.
Okay, because the problem is I think that the HDMI isn't suitable.
Yeah, that's the problem. I think it's not connected. Okay, so Lisa, I think we'll have to do this, just the audio. It looks like the cable now is not working. It was working before and everybody was able to see you, but now they can't see you. So let's try it like this.
Okay, I want to turn off the video.
Okay. All right, so go ahead.
Are you ready?
Yes.
Hi everyone, my name is Lisa Taylor and I'm part of the Witness for Peace International team here in Colombia. Just to tell you a little bit about the organization, Witness for Peace is a United States solidarity organization. We have a base of more than 20,000 people in the United States who follow our work. Our organization was founded in Nicaragua in 1983, but we currently have 4 international teams based and working out of Colombia, Honduras, Cuba, and Mexico. Our work is based on doing popular education and advocacy around the effects of U.S. policy in Latin America. For example, issues of military aid. Our program was founded here in Colombia in the year 2000 when Plan Colombia, which was a $1.3 billion military aid package, initially to combat the drug trade, was sent from the United States to Colombia, something that did a lot of damage to many rural communities and vulnerable populations. So we were here on
Lisa,
the ground.
Can you do
Can you hear me?
the camera stuff now? It's working, yes.
Oh,
Turn the
do you want me
camera
to
on.
turn the
Thank you.
camera on?
Yes.
Okay, I'm turning the camera on.
Okay. There you go.
So I was just saying that we do issues or we do work around the effects of U.S. policy in Latin America, in terms of military aid, in terms of aid to fund the new peace agreement in Colombia, and we work on issues of free trade and labor rights. Delegations are a fundamental part of our work. Delegations are basically groups of United States citizens, usually, who come to Colombia to learn directly about the impacts of U.S. policy in Colombia. We met Samba through a delegation in 2015, where he joined us. During that delegation, he heard directly from flower workers, which is the reason that why we're calling in today to talk a little bit about the proposed resolution to make February 14th International Flower Workers Day. All of our work here in Colombia and in our other program sites comes directly out of the relationships that we're building with human rights defenders, labor rights defenders in Colombia. So what we try and do is uplift their voices and learn from their expertise rather than ours. So that's why today I've asked a man named Ricardo from an organization called Cactus to join us today to share a little bit more about the flower sector in Colombia and why this resolution is important. Ricardo will be speaking in Spanish, so I'm going to interpret for him to English.
Buenas noches, soy Ricardo Zamudio y hago parte de la corporación Cactus.
Good afternoon, good evening. My name is Ricardo Zamudio and I'm part of Corporation Cactus.
Muchas gracias por escucharnos y hoy pues quisiera compartir algunas inquietudes o preocupaciones que tenemos diversas organizaciones sociales con relación a la floricultura.
Thanks for listening today. Today I want to share some uncertainties and concerns that we as social organizations have about the flower industry in Colombia.
Para empezar, quisiera resaltar o destacar lo importante que es Estados Unidos en términos de la comercialización de las flores colombianas.
To begin, I want to emphasize the importance that the United States has in terms of trade in flowers from Colombia.
Colombia es el segundo exportador mundial de flores y 2 de cada 3 flores que se venden en Estados Unidos son colombianas.
Colombia is the second biggest exporter of flowers in the entire world, and 2/3 of the flowers that are in the United States come directly from Colombia.
Cerca del 75% de la producción nacional de flores cortadas para exportación se dirigen a Estados Unidos.
77% of national Colombian flowers that are cut and processed go directly to the United States.
Y el 15% de la producción nacional se destina justo para la fecha de San Valentín, el 14 de febrero.
And 15% of the national production in 1 year goes directly to the United States for Valentine's Day, February 14th.
Estas cifras nos pueden mostrar un poco el gran éxito que tiene el sector floricultor colombiano, en este caso en Estados Unidos.
These stats can show us a little bit about the big success of the flower industry that the United States has with Colombian flowers.
Sin embargo, desde el otro lado, desde este país donde producimos las flores, tenemos una serie de inquietudes y de preocupaciones que hoy queremos compartir con ustedes.
However, from the other side, from our perspective in the flower industry in Colombia, we have a series of concerns and preoccupations about some of the things regarding the flower industry in Colombia.
Y concretamente nos queremos referir a cómo son producidas esas flores de las que ustedes disfrutan el 14 de febrero.
And in concrete, we want to refer specifically to how those flowers are produced, the flowers that you all enjoy on February 14th.
Detrás de la belleza de las flores hay gran cantidad de personas, de mujeres especialmente, alrededor de un 70%, que trabajan arduamente para lograr un producto de mucha calidad.
Behind the beauty of flowers, there are a lot of people, mostly women. About 70% of people that work in the flower industry are women who are working hard.
Sin embargo, muchas veces ese esfuerzo y ese trabajo no se ve suficientemente compensado ni reconocido, ni económica ni socialmente.
However, their hard effort is often not compensated, whether economically or socially.
La floricultura en Colombia nació desde mitad de los años 60 y a lo largo del tiempo nos preocupa el aumento de las exigencias, de las metas de producción.
So Lisa,
The
we
flower-
should start wrap up quickly now, please.
Yeah. So the flower industry was born in Colombia in the 1960s, and what we've seen to be preoccupying over time is the fact of the increase of demands on the flower workers.
Y concretamente frente a un tema importante, el Tratado de Libre Comercio, ustedes saben que se firmó entre Colombia y Estados Unidos el Plan de Acción Laboral.
And in concrete, one thing that was very important around the U.S.-Colombia Free Trade Agreement was the signing of the Labor Action Plan.
En abril de 2016 se cumplieron 5 años de la implementación de este acuerdo.
On April 2016, 5 years were completed of the Labor Action Plan.
Uno de los objetivos del Plan de Acción Laboral era fortalecer la institucionalidad pública para poder hacer seguimiento a temas como la tercerización o la flexibilización laboral.
One objective of the Labor Action Plan was to strengthen public institutions and to do follow-up on third-party subcontracting.
Desafortunadamente vemos en este punto que realmente muy pocos avances se presentan por cuanto hay demasiados pocos inspectores de trabajo que hagan seguimiento en las empresas.
Unfortunately, on this point, we see that there have been very few advances, mostly because there haven't been any more work inspectors in the sector.
Desafortunadamente en la producción de flores, como en otros sectores, hay una gran tendencia a la tercerización laboral a través de diferentes figuras.
Unfortunately, within the flower industry as well as other industries, there's a tendency toward third-party subcontracting.
Y a pesar de que hay una prohibición de estas formas de flexibilización laboral, no hay el suficiente control ni la suficiente voluntad política desde el Estado colombiano para hacer seguimiento y sancionar a las empresas que incumplen o que promueven la flexibilización laboral.
Despite the prohibition of third-party subcontracting, there hasn't been enough mechanisms of control or the political will to be able, from the Colombian state, to really be able to do follow-up and to control this.
También nos preocupa mucho la poca libertad que existe para el ejercicio del derecho de asociación.
Also, we're worried about the very little freedom to be associated with unions.
Esto por los imaginarios que se promueven de que los sindicatos son los que acaban con las empresas.
So Lisa,
This is because they often
let's wrap up. I'm sorry, we have other agenda items that need to come up. So usually it's 5 minutes per person, and so we have to move on now. Can you wrap up, please, in a minute?
Unfortunately, this is because unions are often given the image of being anti-company.
Okay. Por eso nos parece muy importante y es la invitación que queremos hacerles hoy a que ustedes como consumidores también puedan de alguna manera apoyar para que existan unas mejores condiciones laborales y respeto al derecho de asociación de los trabajadores.
And that's why it's so important, and we'd like to invite you today as consumers of flowers to support us in bettering the labor conditions of flowers in Colombia.
Y en ese sentido apoyamos la resolución de que el 14 de febrero sea declarado como el Día Internacional de los Trabajadores de las Flores.
And that's why we support the initiative that the 14th of February becomes known as International Flower Workers Day.
Para que detrás de la belleza de este producto podamos ver también las realidades de trabajo difíciles que existen y para que se puedan reivindicar los derechos de estas personas.
So that behind the beauty of the industry, we can also see the reality and the tough work of the people that work in the field and reivindicate their labor rights.
Esperamos que con el tiempo esta resolución, esta iniciativa pueda tener mecanismos mucho más claros y más contundentes para presionar al Estado colombiano para que cumpla con sus funciones de garante de los derechos y de vigilancia sobre las empresas productoras de flores en Colombia.
We hope this resolution will later on lead to stronger follow-up mechanisms to pressure the Colombian state to implement better labor rights in the field.
Bueno, muchas gracias.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Mayor, do you have anybody talking? Do you have anybody else registered? to say
No,
something?
that was, oh, we did have one other registration
So
to
you
not
can
not
say-
not wishing to speak, and that's Sue
Do you want us to
Pastor,
stay on, Samba?
supporting
If you
but
want
not
to hear
wishing
the
to speak.
resolution, yes. Otherwise, I'll let you go.
Okay.
So, is there discussion on the resolution? Discussion? We didn't have a motion? Do you want to make a motion to adopt?
Yeah, I'd move that we adopt the resolution.
Is there a second? Motion and a second. Did you want to read the resolution then?
Yeah.
Maybe read it and say something, or say something before I read it. Okay.
I'd suggest reading it first.
Okay, all right. So, whereas Colombia is the second largest exporter of flowers worldwide with an industry value of $1.3 billion, and whereas 77% of flower exported from Colombia come to the United States, and whereas international flower workers face daily health risk from contact with pesticide, and whereas 3 of the pesticides used in close proximity to Colombian flower workers have been labeled extremely toxic, and 1/4 of the pesticides used around Colombia flower workers are classified as carcinogens, which are restricted for use in the U.S., and whereas pesticides can cause serious health impact, including blood and skin cancer, and preventive motion work can cause other health conditions. And whereas pregnancy test and birth control use represent conditions to gain or maintain employment for many female flower workers in Colombia, reportedly due to their proximity to toxic pesticides that cause birth defects and health risks to pregnant women. And whereas flower workers from Valentine's Day to Mother's Day work up to 12 to 22 hours per day, 6 days a week, while earning pay that does not allow them to raise out of poverty. And whereas workloads and production goals have progressively increased over the years since the beginning of the flower industry in Colombia in the mid-60s, and whereas these workers have been denied their right to collectively organize, bargain, and strike, and whereas the labor force of Colombia flower workers is predominantly women, 1/3 of whom are single mothers. And whereas the Labor Action Plan, LAP, and implemented to improve labor conditions for workers in Colombia, and whereas the American Federation of Labor and Congress and Industrial Organizations has suggested a revision to the LAP in order to ensure workers' safety in Colombia. And whereas the commemoration of International Flower Workers' Day would acknowledge and affirm the United States commitment to workers' rights. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the Mayor and Common Council recognize February 14, Valentine's Day, as International Flower Workers' Day in the city of Madison, and acknowledges workers in flower-producing countries by stating the city's support to practices that respect labor rights abroad. Thank you. So, I think the speakers from Colombia and Mr. Luen, John Luen, have really highlighted, the situation in Colombia, particularly for people who work in the flower industry. So like they said, I was there in September of 2015, and there are many, labor, abuse of labor workers generally. So what I would like to do is to just call John. Also, John, I want to say, in the record that I'm sorry for your loss this weekend. Despite all that, John lost his wife this past weekend to cancer. So, but despite that, he was able to make time and be here just to receive, this resolution. So that tells you how much this means to him, his family, but more so to the Colombian people and people who work around this very dangerous environment. So if you don't mind, I'll present the resolution to you, John. Let me get it here. Here you go. Congratulations and thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, Lisa, we have to go now. Thank you. All right, we'll touch base later. Thank you.
Thank you. Further discussion on the resolution? Seeing none, on the question of adoption, all those in favor, aye. Aye. Opposed, no. Motion carries. Takes us to item 3, Alderwoman Badashilov.
Move adoption of item number 3.
Is there a second? There is.
I will take a moment to read this resolution. Whereas on January 19, 2007, at around 7:50 a.m., a fire began on the 9th floor of the Plasco Trade Center, a historic high-rise in the heart of Tehran, Iran's capital city. And whereas the Plasco Trade Center, a symbol of modernity in Iran since it was completed in 1962, was home to a shopping center and hundreds of production workshops. And whereas 200 firefighters responded to the call to find the upper stories of the building engulfed in flames in the worst fire in Tehran since 2005, and whereas after battling the blaze for over 3 hours while also working to assure that the occupants had been evacuated, the north wall of the building collapsed without warning, leading to the collapse of the entire building in a matter of seconds, trapping many firefighters inside. Whereas the firefighters who responded to the fire at the Plasco Trade Center did so without reservation and with their personal safety on the line. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the City of Madison Mayor and Common Council honor the bravery and sacrifice of the 16 Iranian firefighters who lost their lives in the line of duty on January 19, 2007. Be it further resolved that the City of Madison Mayor and Common Council join our Iranian community in extending our deepest sympathy to the families of the 16 heroes who died while trying to save the occupants of the Plasco building. Be it finally resolved that the City of Madison Mayor, Common Council, and Madison's Iranian community also recognize and thank the Madison Fire Department for bravely and selflessly protecting our residents and neighborhoods every day. And with that, I would like to take a moment to read the names of the 16 firefighters who died during that fire and that we honored outside our building at 5:45 today. And their pictures are here. Fereydun Ali Tabar, Mohammad Aghayi, Hossein Hossein-Zadeh, Reza Safizadeh, Hossein Sultani, Reza Shafi'i, Amir Hossein Dadashi, Mojtaba Kuhi, Ali Mustafi, Nasir Mehrvaz, Behnam Mirzakhani, Hamed Hawai, Ali Amini, Mohsen Rouhani, Reza Nazari, Mohsen Qadayani. And we have a member of the Iranian community here in Madison, Dr. Majid Samadi, professor at the University of Wisconsin in textile science, and our chief of fire, Chief Davis. So I'll give you a copy of the resolution. You can come to the mic.
Dear Mayor, Chief Davis, the member of Madison Common Council, on behalf of the Iranian American and Iranian living in Dane County, I would like to express our deepest appreciation for your continuous support of the Iranians, Iranian American, and immigrants in City of Madison. Iranian living in Wisconsin, like Iranians all around US, are highly educated and contribute to the well-being of our wonderful state of Wisconsin and United States. As you know, on January 19, 2017, at 7:50 a.m., a fire began on the 9th floor of the Plasko Trade Center, an historic high-rise in heart of Tehran, Iran's capital. About 200 firefighters responded to the call to extinguish the worst fire in Tehran in decades. The Iranian community of Madison recognizes the bravery and sacrifices of these 16 Iranian firefighters who lost their lives in the line of duty that day. We extend our deepest sympathy to the families of the 16 heroes who died while trying to save the lives of occupants and on Plasko building. I think the Iranian poet Saadi, that who lived in 12th century, has said it best. Human beings are members of a whole in creation of one essence and soul. If one member is afflicted with pain, other members uneasy will remain. Therefore, we would like to remember and honor this unfortunate incident to recognize and thank the Madison Fire Department and all firefighters of Wisconsin and US for their bravery and selflessly protecting our residents and neighborhoods every single day. We are lucky, we are very lucky to have such an excellent firefighters among us. Again, thank you, Chief Davis, and all firefighters, wherever you are. And thank you, the mayor and honorable people of Wisconsin.
Thank you. Alderman Badar? Any further comments or? Okay. Further discussion? Seeing none. Thank you very much. We'll come to a vote on the resolution. All those in favor, aye. Aye. Opposed, no. Motion carries. Alderman Revere?
Thank you. Very sobering number of honoring resolutions we should all acknowledge. I want to thank everyone that came for those items as well. Thank you very much, including our own fire department. Moving on the agenda, I don't believe there are any petitions or communications to be received.
There are not.
And Mayor, is there any early public comment at this time?
We have one on item 23 from Fabiola Hamdan, wishing to speak.
She's over here.
Where is she?
Buenas noches. Good evening. I didn't know I was going to be the first person to speak, so I'm very nervous. Bear with me. First of all, I wanted to take this opportunity to thank you, all the elders, for the great job you do. My elder, hi. And because of time, I wish I can come to these meetings more often. I really appreciate all the stuff that you guys do. I really do. And tonight, I just wanted to come and tell you that I am so grateful to be Madisonian. I was born in La Paz, Bolivia, but Madison is my home. I'm a U.S. citizen, although with a big accent, but I am a U.S. citizen. And I'm so proud to be a citizen of this great city. And I am here to support the resolution in, number 23. And before I do that, I wanted to really thank the leadership we have here with Mayor Suglin, who, after we learned for us the bad news from our government against our immigrant community, he was the first person to go out there and do this press release that make us feel really at home, make us feel safe, and I really wanted to thank you for that, Mayor. You have a great leadership here. I cannot commend Deputy Director Regis for always being there and being our connection to the Latino community. That makes us feel really, personally, really great. I know there's a big agenda ahead of you. I just want to make one small observation here about the resolution number 23, that I think sometimes we get too flustered and caught up in the language and the what does it mean and what is this. I think all of us in this room, all of us, and I can see Chief Cobble going to La Movida radio station and assuring us again that we are safe and we cannot be living in afraid. All of us have the same goal, I think, and it is really important for us, for the immigrant community, for the families that I work with, day after day, immigrants, Latinos that come and they're in a very, in a state of fear, that we need to come together and as a community right now, more than ever. And the example I just wanted to put out there is that we have this resource guide that you guys seen outside, right? And it's in Spanish. We're going to have it in English soon. We put this together, and the example I wanted to give is that in the social service agencies, JFF is, JFF is listed there. One more minute. Okay. JFF is listed there, and that doesn't mean that all the JFF offices are going to be part of. They are part of this, but there is one key number, which is my number, that anybody can call if they need resources, and I can reach out and I triage whatever need we can have. So I implore you, I beg you, let's come together. Please, let's work together. We are one city, and I really wanted to thank you. Muchas gracias a todos los que han venido esta noche. Thank you.
Thank you. That was the one early registration that we had. How would you like to proceed at this time, Alderman Revere?
Thank you. At this time, I will move the consent agenda. For our visitors that are not familiar with the typical council proceedings, we, at this time, typically present a so-called consent agenda. I formally would move the recommended action listed for each item. And again, to explain for those not familiar with this, these items would include everything except the following: items which have registrants wishing to speak, of which, of course, we have several this evening; items which require an extraordinary roll call vote and are not included on the consent agenda by unanimous consent; or lastly, items which alderpersons have separated out for discussion, debate purposes. So I formally, again, move the recommended action listed for each item on our agenda this evening with the following separations, exceptions, and notations as follows. First, to note, agenda items 4 through 20 are public hearing items that will be automatically separated and not a part of this motion. Furthermore, the following 2 items are extraordinary budget amendment items that will be recorded as unanimous votes unless a roll call or exclusion is requested. They are agenda item number 35, resolution amending the 2017 capital budget for the Community Development Authority and authorizing $189,000 for storm sewer and related floodproofing work at the Village on Park And agenda item number 36, a resolution adopting the adopted 2017 capital budget and authorizing the City of Madison through the city engineer to accept a grant award from Dane County PARC and Ride Bike Trail Grant Program in the amount of $133,000 for the construction of Capital City Path Segment 1 and approving plans and specifications and authorizing the Board of Public Works to advertise and receive bids for Capital City Path Segment 1. Additionally, an editorial correction for a new item for referral. It's agenda item number 85. The correct amount in the resolution is $5,000 as opposed to $8,000. Again, that's agenda item number 85. Additionally, the following three items will be separated from this motion and considered separately. They are, of course, agenda item number 23, a resolution condemning recent executive orders reaffirming the City of Madison as an open and welcoming city and confirming the city's policies on federal immigration laws. Agenda item number 33, which is a resolution authorizing the execution of a purchase and sale agreement with Madison Gas and Electric Company and for property at the intersection of South Livingston Street and East Main Street, and authorizing the execution of a memorandum of understanding with Madison Gas and Electric Company regarding future municipal uses within the Capital East District. And agenda item number 74, an ordinance amendment repealing and creating section 12.325 of the Madison General Ordinances to limit persons entering or staying on highways. So
Thank you,
to
Alderman.
summarize, it would be separations on items 4 through 20, 23, 33, and 74.
Thank you. We're going to have a motion with the exception of the public hearings items and items 23, 33, and 74, and as outlined by Alderman Revere in the motion. Once this motion is taken and passed, all the other items will be adopted pursuant to whatever the recommended action shall be. Alderman Eskridge.
Thank you, Mayor. I'd just like to be noted as recusing myself from the referral on item 97.
That will be noted. Alderwoman Hall.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I need to recuse myself on item 37.
Thank you. Any other items for recusal, special notations, separations? Seeing none on the motion, we'll come to a vote then. All those in favor, aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Motion carries. Alderman Revere, before we proceed, I don't know if you were planning on moving 23 ahead of 4 or not, but if you do, we do have the other public hearings, and there's some people not wishing to speak but are just registered in support, and I'm wondering if we could at least do the public hearings items 5 through 20 at this time and dispense with those. I think can be done in relatively quick order. Alderman Revere.
Yes, Mayor, it was my intent to momentarily move to suspend the rules to immediately consider agenda item number 23. So you guessed correctly on that score. According to my notes, the only registrant I'm aware of that was available to answer questions is for agenda item number 5.
Correct.
Are you aware of any others? I would
No, 5.
suggest that we perhaps, as a courtesy to that registrant, proceed to item 5 then, and then the balance of the public hearings
Okay.
suspend until after consideration of item 23.
So first we'll have a suspension to take up item 5 at this time. Is
So
that
moved.
correct? Is there a second? There is on suspension. All those in favor, aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Motion carries. That takes us then to opening a public hearing on a substitute amending section 23.151 of the ordinances to add non-metallic mineral extraction district as a special district. The recommendation to the council was to re-refer to a recessed public hearing of the council. At this point, we have a registration from Tim, and your letters are so combined here that I can't read your last name. Pardon? Help me, thank you. I can't hear you.
Gagan.
Thank you. Okay, and Nathan Watier. Are there questions of either of these registrants? Oh, Nathan's on 16. We do have another item with 16. Is there a question of the registrant? Seeing none, thank you very much. Now, what's the proposed action on this at this time?
To close the public hearing, Mayor, and recommend adoption of the substitute ordinance amendment.
Thank you. There's no objection. We'll close the hearing. Motion on the item, Alderman Revere.
I would move adoption of the substitute ordinance amendment.
Thank you. Is there a second? Discussion? Seeing none on the question, all those in favor, aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Motion carries. Can we also have suspension take up 16? There is a registration on 16.
Well, Mayor, I believe items 4 and 16 both have at least
Oh,
one
are they
speaker.
related?
And that they both will require some time
Okay.
to consider, so.
All right.
I would, unless
No,
Alderperson
that's
Lemo
fine.
believes item 16 won't take too long, I think that we should proceed to 23,
Then let's
Mayor.
do the
So I would-
suspension on 23.
I formally move to suspend the rules to immediately consider agenda item number 23.
Thank you. Is there a second? Motion is to second to suspend the rules to take up 23. On suspension, all those in favor, aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Motion carries. Motion on 23 will be in order at this time. Alderman Walden.
I have an amendment to,
Let's make the main motion first.
okay.
Mayor, I would move adoption, and then we'll let Alders Bidar and others make other motions.
Okay, motion before us is
Adoption of
adoption.
the
Is there a
resolution.
second? There is. Alderwoman Bedard.
And if I,
Oh, sorry.
I was just going to mention housekeeping items. We know of it. We believe we have at least 17 speakers on this item wishing to speak, and that there are 3 among all elders with us that intended to speak under early public comment, Mayor. So I would request that those 3 women be able to speak first on this item when we go to testimony.
I believe I've got their registrations on top, but I'm not sure. Actually, I don't know if I do or not.
Do they want to, can he come to the podium? He doesn't.
Do you wish to have the registrants begin at this point?
Yes, Mayor. Alder Bidar indicates that she would make a substitute motion and after, following the conclusion of all the speakers.
Okay, thank you. Please come forward.
Thank you. I guess we are still refugee and there's no interpreter for us. So I may have to be the interpreter tonight.
I thought arrangements had been made for an interpreter. No? I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Can you tell us who the 3 speakers will be?
Okay. So next to my right here is Jua. And over here is Chow and Gayeng. They're here to express their support for the Madison as open and welcoming city, item number 23, and I'll let them speak and I'll try to interpret, although it's a loss in translation because I am not an interpreter by training, so.
Nó nói inu e ku rong xia te ku to to e nji ne cho nó chữ nhóc trong tờ nó cho lăng cho tu.
Today, I'm very happy to stand in front of all of you governmental individuals and express my concern.
Ku chỉ to to rồi rau, ku nhóc to to thơ rau, ya rau nó, ku to cho khăn nó sư. Ku xã tôi hai trâu tôi mấy giờ tiền nữ giờ chủ khi cho học kế trâu bố rồi chấn năng và ý giả lý bé chấn năng tôi cho bé tua nhỏ trâu lời lúc tết chờ nó.
Okay, let me translate. I have never been to this room, never been to this audience. This is my first time I'm here, and I would like to ask the mayor and all of you to consider policies for refugees like us.
Giá có em mua cho học cái bút cho quan chỉ tàu xã xa ya nâng mi cả em nó khi mua cho chạy bút đồ sờ đời thì chả mua tê tù lỡ như nhau xe lỡ họ chỉ li một đại tua là cũng mua thiệt.
The most important part is to consider the refugees as newcomers, immigrants as newcomers, to help ease off some of their pain as their worries as newcomers to Madison. Sometimes people don't know, but it's very extreme that when they have no room to breathe and no one to go and no place to go, they can commit suicide.
Cú chỉ hai lượt tu li cú kia lo cho ấy chỉ chân đấu đi bên nó thủng mấy khát tánh bằng lượt chị nhưng chỉ bỏ cá vào đi trà nhưng nhô xe cơ nhưng mua lu tua cho lò lử xứ.
I myself is an example like that. When you are new to the environment, you don't know anyone, you don't know where to go, who to call, you are at your less, you don't know what to do, you will do nothing but think about taking your own life.
Bị xử lý thì ý là đi ta xin nó đi mua cho tụ nọ chia và đã nó chua lọ quân nó lò mua tàu giả tay mảnh của nó bé cho chỉ chân đó nó bé nhau xuyên tàu giả cơ.
So, for example, like right now, you have voted for Donald Trump as the new leader, and for us, it means a lot of worry, a lot of anxieties, a lot of fears.
Bé xã còn ní cháu nó chữ lo còn ní những nó khi cho học kế bút rồi cho nên chọn nhị thia ấy còn sẽ được mua kế rong xe.
I would like to encourage you to have an open heart and embrace newcomers and welcome them, so that will help ease off their worriness and their anxieties as newcomers.
Vậy cô hai lý nó xứ của cô chỉ cho hai lý chả cho nê thia ấy cô hai lý nó lù ta linh đó xứ.
So I'm going to say just this. I don't know what else to say to you, but this is all I want to say. Thank you.
Ai nhớ rằng bé cho nó cho chú sẽ đợi cô ya mong.
Hi, our elders, our governmental, our dignitary figures. I am home.
Trong xe nó của tôi chỉ biết cho nó cho chú. Cô ya mong thì si cô ấy cho năng ta cho. Tôi nhớ lúc đấy cho nó chỉ tao mua xài xa lô cho yam bán chua. Sao thọ có biết cho nó cho chú. Cha ra mua sai lúc biết cho nó cho nhẹ. Có là ấy cho chạy bỏ trong là mua cho chạy là tí thái có cho nó cho chú. Sau mua nó biết cho mình tụi mình nhọn lấy tên đời bỏ chê rồi thọ cho nó cho chú ba.
I may lose some there. She's saying a lot. Thank you to all of you governmental people who makes the rules and the laws. Please keep an open mind for us newcomers, refugees, that if we have problems, we can come to you, and keep paperwork for us so we stay legal and like help our children who lose their document be able to get their document back and help ease off some of those worries for refugees and newcomers.
Nó đâu giờ bé tụi nó chia rồi chỉ cho lúc bé cho năng tơ cho chỉ mong đón đợi chỉ tao mong xảy ra chẳng nhầm bán chúa xí mà bé cho nhiều chỉ là bây giờ bé cho chúa cho nhẹ nó nhưng bông xe xả thọ tên nó tên chú ba ấy rong xe mà nó tuần chỉ bé cho nó cho chú lời một cha chạy ở ba bé cho chúa nó là ấy rong xe có cho.
So to all of you, please help and embrace us and love us as refugees. We are not citizen yet. We don't have citizenship. We only have green cards, and that means with a new president, it's a lot of worry for us. It gives us a lot of fear on what the future will hold for us. So I ask all of you, you're the decision maker, you're the leader, that you help and protect people like us who still depend on refugee citizenship status where we don't have, and we worry a lot. So tonight, thank you for having the opportunity to meet all of you and to speak to you. We have one that's she's very nervous, and you all are strangers, so she's not comfortable to say something. But I am here to support the ordinance. Okay. So is it okay if I take a few minutes to say
Please.
because I know I submit my paper too.
Your name is, please.
Mai Zhang Fu. So thank you for the opportunity tonight. I think we have a place that I call home for many years after I graduated from college in 1992 and came to Madison, and I have always found that Madison is a home that welcomes people like us. So thanks to the leadership of Mayor Salklands, Chief Koval, all of you in this room who's the policy makers that oftentimes you may not see what happened on the ground. I think Madison has always been a welcoming city, and at this difficult time in our life in the United States, it calls for more leadership to be more embracing and more welcoming. And I say that because as a refugee, when I first came here in the United States at the age of 13 in 1980, what do you do when you're dumped in the ocean and you don't know how to swim? You either have two choices. You struggle, you learn to float, and you learn to swim and hope that somebody rescue you. Or you give up hope and you die because you are at the ocean and you have no belief in yourself that somebody's going to rescue you. And so when I was dumped in high school at the age of 14, not knowing ABC, I chose to float and learn to swim and somehow be rescued. And I did that because my father has sacrificed so much. In the secret war in Laos, where my father has lost all his brother trying to save the American pilots. And he has given up a lot and brought us to this country, and I didn't want to let him down. I want to give him the legacy that he deserved, and that legacy of starting all over and prove to everybody that we came from a nation of people who thrives in hardworking, who thrives in community relationship, and who thrives in embracing new strangers. When the American pilots were down, 10, 15 people would embrace one person, treat that person like their king because they're American. And here in the United States, when we have the opportunity to, I think we need to return that kind of welcoming to our newcomers, to our immigrants, to our refugees. Because refugees is what thrives in this country. They re-energize our base. They re-energize our economy. They re-energize our values. I'm starting to lose some of those values now that I have 3 kids, because my kids are taking for granted what they have. They didn't experience what I experienced. And that's what refugees and new immigrants brought to our country. That energy that keep us alive and keep us growing and keep us successful as a country. So tonight I am honored to say, even though being a new refugee and a new immigrant, the three barriers that make it so hard for us to assimilate is our disorientation when we're in a new place. My car got towed the first week I worked here in Madison because that sign that says after 4 you can't park here. Well, who pays attention to those things in small city, right? And I was a nervous wreck. Like, it made me doubt myself that maybe I parked somewhere else, you know. So all of those experiences that we have is because of this orientation. We don't know. Secondly, it's the language. When we don't speak the language, when people are laughing, we think that they're laughing at us. How many of you feel that way when you go to a place where you don't know the people and they're laughing and you think they're laughing at you? So language is hard, but it can be learned. And of course, the food. Many of us grow up eating the thing that we eat, and when we try new things, they are awful, right? When my sponsor, lovely sponsor, brought us these baked cheddar cheese bar, they were awful. And every single time she came with a cheddar cheese bar, as soon as she left the house, we hid it. And we accumulated a week's worth of cheddar cheese bar in the kitchen. And one day she came and she went to look for something, and there's her cheddar cheese bars. And I say that because now that I am a Wisconsinite and I love cheese and I realize how expensive cheese are, man, I wish I have that kind of money now, right? So food is another thing. So the combination of disorientation, language, and food. Those three can make things really hard or could make things really easy. It all depends on how many angels you have with you when you first come to a new place. And many of us are very lucky to have a lot of angels who look after us, who show us the way, and who taught us how to live a new life. I love my senior mentor, Terry Kenta, because I was a teenager, and she taught me how to be a teenager. I grew up in Kakana, a small town, and she taught me how to do jaywalking in Appleton. You know, so those are things that it's very good. And as a Madisonian now, I just want to encourage all of you that this ordinance is very important to Madison. Madison has always been a welcoming and a warm place that embraces newcomers like myself. And I just want to encourage all of you to keep that in mind and to grow that, especially in this time in our life where things are a little bit in a roller coaster of relationships, depending on which side you're on. And I think this is the time that we need that the most. So I encourage all of you to give it a great consideration, and thank you.
Thank you. I'm going to call off the speakers in order 3 or 4 at a time. We can use both microphones. So if you're the second or third person, use that time to come up now and be ready. And I'll also use the time between speakers to occasionally read some of the names of the people who support the resolution but do not wish to speak, or opposed if there are any. So the first 3 speakers at this point will be Grizel Tapia, followed by Chenda Allen and Chris Schmidt. So those are the 3 speakers now, please. And supporting and not wishing to speak are Kathy Price, Arvina Martin, Jonathan Elmergreen, Beth Melvin, Eli Judge, can't read that one, Chelsea Langer, Jennifer Weaver, Jessica Gross, Abby Hearing, Veronica Vega, Rolf Rodefeld, Are any of those speakers ready now? Please.
Hi, good night. I'm here in support of resolution number 23. My name is Grisel Tapia. I immigrated to this country when I was a teenager. My mom decided to come to this country about 20 years ago. I don't think it was easy now that I'm a mom to leave a child underage with family members jumping from house to house. And I'm just telling this because of my own experience. I can say about the last speaker that language is really a barrier, but when you come and look for opportunities, you get used to the country, get used to the laws, and also learn the language. Right now, with everything what is happening nationwide about the new administration, I can see a lot of fear in our students with our Latino and immigration and refugees community. I think that we are not here as a threat, but we're here to make community. And just to make sure that you know, many children at school are really worried because they think that they will lose their DACA, which is a relief of deportation and a work permit for only 2 years. There is a lot of fear. Many other families that have their green card are afraid to lose that at any time. So I really urge you to feel the pain of other people. Thank you.
Thank you. Chenda Allen, followed by Chris Schmidt, followed by Fernando Cano Ospina.
Hi, my name is Shanoa Allen. I'm not a member of an immigrant community, so I'm just going to echo what other folks are saying. But I am a postdoc at the university, and I study immigration policy and its effects on kids. I'm really concerned that recent and coming immigration actions from the Trump administration will harm children in Madison's immigrant families. We know that when parents are detained or deported, or when children worry that their parents will be detained or deported, their health and their emotional well-being is worse. They do worse at school. They're at greater risk of going hungry at home and of missing needed health care. I believe, having studied immigration policy for a while, that under the current federal administration, local governments and ordinances are going to be even more important in protecting children and families in the coming years. Cities like Madison that are taking action to protect immigrants are really what gives me hope for the coming 4 or 8 years. By passing this ordinance, condemning the recent executive actions, and declining to have local law enforcement work for immigration authorities, Madison will provide some protection, some measure of protection and security for families in this terrifying policy climate. So I want to speak and support the ordinance.
Thank you. Chris Schmidt, followed by Fernando Cano Ospina, followed by Sergio Gonzalez.
Hello. Excuse me. Takes a little while to get back into the groove here. I was very happy to see that this resolution was put forward so quickly after the event a couple weeks ago. Even though you could say that this has been a practice of the city for a long time, the things codified here, they weren't codified, at least a lot of them weren't. I was dismayed at the fuss over safe spaces. I was in the room where it happens. I'm pretty sure I know what happened there this time. And that's all I'm going to say about that, rather than drag it out. But it didn't need to happen, and it sent the wrong message. It really sent the wrong message. It said that the comfort of the majority is more important than sending this message to our immigrant community. And so I'm asking you, don't confuse protecting the entire city with protecting the comfort of the majority. The state may make threats, or probably won't on this, to be quite blunt. They don't care about safe spaces. They care about the words sanctuary city, which is why, yet again, the same bill has come back to the legislature to attack those places that do use the label. And Madison's taken on that label. And they applied it to Madison anyway. So really, the language in the original version and the substitute causes you no risk, realistically. They're going to come for you if they want to come for you. So you have to make a decision about whether you're going to stand firm when they do come, stand firm on your positions, or whether you're going to stand back. And I think the time has come to definitively stand firm on a consistent basis. We made a lot of decisions over the last few years where we did back off on things that I called them preemption bait. Sometimes we decided it wasn't worth it. This is worth it. This is worth the fight. That may come. There's no guarantee it will come. And frankly, let them. Let them fight. Let them attack you. Let them overextend themselves. When you have to, rescind what you have to do to protect the city, and then hit them again with something else. Take a page out of the revolutionary playbook. Strike fast and fade. Strike fast and fade. Make them mad if you have to. You have that power. They may have all this power over you, but they can't just unilaterally take away money. They have to justify it. They can usually only justify it if you break the law. Well, don't break the law. So I hope that either the original version passes or the one that Alder Badar has put together passes. I think that you run a risk if you try to extend it beyond 1 or 2 offices, or maybe say 3 offices, because you want to make sure you do this well. You don't want to send the message that, oh, some places they may not quite follow the guidelines we want to set. Somebody screws up, and then you've ruined the whole process forever. So please adopt. Thank you.
Thank you. Fernando, followed by Sergio Gonzalez, followed by Ananda Morelli.
Good evening, everybody. So I first wanted to come here and I wanted to say thank you, but after the first speakers, the elders, I think that just sent a really strong point. It is a shame that we didn't have interpreters for them in Madison. And this resolution says that this place where I can come and talk to you should be a place that I can come and talk to in any language that I want to. So I'm Latino and I love that there's Spanish interpreters. That's awesome. Gracias. But I demand that we should have Hmong interpreters, that we should have Somalian, that we should have any language. And that's why this resolution is important. And that's why this resolution is important to say that this is a safe place. They talk about suicide. They talk about trauma. They're not talking about, oh, can I have a McDonald's? They're not talking about, well, she was talking a little bit about food, though. But, and I do love cheese. So, 20 pounds later, I came to Wisconsin, and Madison did open the doors for me. But I do have some privilege. I'm a male, I'm very light-skinned, I'm highly educated, and I was able to speak English right away from the beginning. Many people in my community don't have that privilege. So instead of saying thank you, I am telling you what I'm demanding from you. As a citizen, it is my job to ask my government what they need to do, not just for me, but also for everybody else. And it's also my job to get involved and say, what am I going to do for my city and my country, right? So I hope that all of you will be involved. I hope the mayor will support this resolution and will fight with us for the right things. I was listening to NPR when I was coming over here, and I was listening to how people were fighting against the concentration of Japanese Americans and went to the Supreme Court. And in the Supreme Court, they were saying that the president had the right to do that in the 1940s. But there was one question. Did that law make sense? And the Supreme Court at that time didn't have the, in Spanish, cojones, to really understand what makes sense. It does not make sense to put an entire population behind bars because they were part of a particular group. So please support this. Thank you.
Thank you. Sergio Gonzalez, followed by Ananda Morelli, followed by Mario Garcia. I can't read the last name.
Sierra.
Sierra, thank you.
Good evening, Alders, Mayor. I'm here to speak in support for the resolution that you have in front of you. My name is Sergio Gonzalez. I'm a doctoral candidate in the Department of History here at the University of Wisconsin-Madison. Coincidentally, my research topic is immigration and labor to the United States. And my research looks specifically at Latinos here in Wisconsin. The Latino history to the state reaches back all the way to 1886. And I'm really happy to hear that all of us here are talking about this question of inclusion and of opening up safe spaces. But one of the things that I like to push back on is this question of whether or not the executive orders that were recently passed by President Trump are in fact a part of who we are as Americans. I'm teaching a course this semester at Marquette University called Citizenship and Belonging in the United States. And we spent the entire class today talking about the Asian Exclusion Act of 1882. And as a historian, it's my obligation to remind all of us that these questions of exclusion, of closing borders, of defining who is and who isn't an American or who isn't and who isn't allowed in this country are in fact very much part of who we are as this country. But as much as that is part of our history, so is the question of inclusion and of pushing back against those boundaries. So the research that I conduct here in Wisconsin is looking at how religious communities have banded together and have created spaces for communities to develop within the Latino community that have pushed back against those questions of exclusion and pushed back against those questions of boundary building. And the one historical precedent that I'd like to discuss today is the question of sanctuary. Wisconsin was, in fact, in the 1980s, a hotspot for sanctuary movement development, beginning in Milwaukee in 1982 and, in fact, arriving here in this very city in 1983. And what the people of Wisconsin, of different faith communities, decided full-throatedly was that they had a moral obligation to stand by those people that had been excluded by the government, specifically Central American immigrants. They made the pronouncement that regardless of legal standing and regardless of what executive power stated, they had a moral obligation as Christians, as Jews, as believers and non-believers to stand by these communities. And in fact, this very city council made that same commitment in 1985. And that's why I think it's so important for us in 2017 to reaffirm that commitment that we made in 1985, to say that once again the city of Madison, the state of Wisconsin, this very nation will not be an exclusionary space. There will be a space that invites all people, whether they be economic or political refugees, or whether they be people just looking for a better life. And so I'm asking all of you to support this resolution as it stands, and not only to support this resolution, but to continue to have conversations on how we as a community can continue to be more inclusionary and to destroy some of these barriers that may be being built at the national level, but that we know here should not be a part of who we are. Thank you.
I'm sorry, Ananda will be followed by Mario, who will be followed by two people registered together, Laura Minero and Erica Rosales.
Boa noite a todos e obrigado pela oportunidade de falar com vocês. Buenas noches a todos y gracias por me escuchar. Good evening, everyone, and thank you for listening to me. I just spoke 3 languages. I speak 3 languages. My name is Ananda, and I'm representing myself only. I belong to a minority group that often goes unnoticed and mostly underserved throughout our nation. Nonetheless, we have received an increased level of attack and profile. And you probably have seen what looks like on a national level. But right here in Madison, this is how it looks like. Families are afraid for their children. Children are afraid for themselves, their family members, and their friends. And I'm also talking about my family and my children. You see that the fact that we have papers do not guarantee that we will not suffer discrimination, harassment, or that we share a feeling of safety, the same way that many of you in this room and others in Madison, residents in Madison, feel. I've been in this country for 17 years, 10 of those years as a US citizen. But contrary to many of you, I carry my American passport when I cross state lines and in any domestic flight. During this time, I am reminded of my fears. We have centuries of history to prove that my fears are not unfounded. I'm sorry. Just a few weeks ago, while throwing recycled garbage out, a few steps from my door on the condo that I've been living for 2.5 years, a neighbor stopped me and asked if I was a resident. I do not expect you to understand the concept of safety is still foreign to me. I don't expect you to understand the emotional and psychological impact I feel when the city that my family and many other immigrant families feel when the families reside is proposing to make this room, this building, and this city a safe harbor, a safe space. I really can't explain to you, but I can assure you that such language makes me feel a little bit more safe, just a little bit more safe. Lastly, I would like to remind Madison that prides on the strides of equity and justice, that equity implies that people get what they need. And this is what I need, Madison. This is what immigrants and refugee families in this community need. We need the city to take a risk and be explicit about Madison being a safe place for all of us. Thank you.
Thank you. Mario Garcia.
So, good evening. It's always difficult to speak after Ananda. So thank you, Ananda, for sharing. And for the record, I love Wisconsin cheese as well. And Madison has been home for the last 14 years, coming from Guatemala City. And in those 14 years, I never seen so much anxiety, so much confusion in our Latino, especially immigrant community, as I see right now. And this is what families have to deal on a daily basis after all of these nonsense executive orders. So that's why I'm here to speak in favor of item 23 that you have in front of you tonight. I believe that united we stand. And I use this building not that much, but I come here for different things, and I always see Latino immigrant families coming in and out to carry out different businesses. And my hope is that any person can come to this building and feel safe. And now that we're giving it, that people have a specific place where they can go for an interpreter or to seek other information related to immigration, I think that's great. So I'm really hoping that all of you vote in favor of this resolution. I think that it really clarifies the City of Madison's values and policies around enforcing immigration law. So we want to keep this community a safest place for everyone. I was really glad last week to see the change that Chief Cobble did in his policy around not collaborating with immigration officers. So I really applaud that. And I want to tell you that this is only the first step that we're going to take as a city, because there is more that is coming our way. But when this resolution passes, I assure you that we as immigrant community are willing to defend this resolution and what is it also coming from other cities out of this state. And that really means putting ourselves on the line. If we get arrested, that's what we're going to have to do. But again, as a city, we have to allocate other resources to create more safer spaces for other areas as well. And one key thing about sanctuary cities is that most of these large cities, they control their local jail, and we as Madison don't do that. So we have to ensure that we have a specific written policy with the sheriff so we are able to do that. My time is running out, but thank you very much.
Thank you. Following Laura and Erica will be Carl Lannisness and then Elizabeth Jacobs.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Laura Minero. I am a PhD student in counseling psychology, and I am undocumented. I also benefit from deferred action, which, as many of you know, Trump has threatened to end, and there's a lot of uncertainty in our community as to what that means. And you might ask yourself, how does someone like me, who's undocumented, has been here for 20 years, has had a lot of doors closed in my face in order to get to here where I am, standing right in front of you, to advocate for this? How do I get here, right? I've had some privileges along the way. I'm originally from California, and in California, we have policies that have enabled for me to benefit from in-state tuition, something that we don't have in the state of Wisconsin, that people who have been living here for 16, 20 years, 10, 15 years, who are a part of your community, who are your citizens, who are your residents, haven't had the opportunity to benefit from. And that's why something like this is so, so, so important. We need to start with standing up and fending for the rights of the people that contribute to your children, to your families, who service you. I can only speak for myself and say I've spoken to over 200 students at local high schools. I'm motivating them to pursue higher education. I've helped train some of the recruits from the Madison Police Department on how to work with undocumented and Latinx individuals in our communities. All we do and all we ask is to be a part of this community. And I implore you to take a stand. When you implement things like this, you send a message to the community that we are part of this community, that we are one. And I always speak to Lila Watson's quote, that if you have come to help us, that's not what we need, right? What we need to realize is that our liberation is bound up in one another, and we all have struggles and we all have sacrifices, and that's what makes Madison community so strong, and that's why we're all here today, fighting to protect the rights of our immigrant and undocumented refugee communities. Thank you. Please take to heart what everybody's saying here today. Any of us, any of the people that have been talking and speaking today could be gone tomorrow, and that will impact all of you. It will impact all of us. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, good evening.
What's your name, ma'am?
Erika Rosales. I was right with Laura. We were on
Oh,
the
they were
same-
together, okay. Thank you. I'm sorry, please proceed.
Just wanted to talk about my support for item number 23. I feel lucky to live in a place like Madison. I know there's a lot of places that are not as welcoming as this city. I've been here for about 22 years, and it feels like home to me. And I've also noticed the difference in the immigrant population, how much it has grown from when I was first here, where I would have a party if I saw somebody that was not an immigrant, or there was an immigrant. I, like my friend Laura, have the privilege of having DACA, and I say that it's a privilege because a lot of people who are undocumented do not have that, do not have something to fall that behind. But something that sometimes kind of gets lost is how we contribute to the society and to this city as immigrants, that we come in different shapes, forms, and education levels. And a lot of the times we get clumped to one. We all contribute differently. I am working at the University of Wisconsin. I am getting my master's degree, and I am also on the board of directors of a local nonprofit organization, and I also tutor for women who don't speak English. That organization is Literacy Network, who helps immigrants and who helps refugees to acquire basic literacy skills. So I guess I just kind of wanted to say something as far as noticing how immigrants, undocumented immigrants, contribute to the society on so many different levels. And to keep that in mind, not just for today, not just for this proposal, not just for what is going on right now, but for the future, to keep moving forward with that in mind. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Carl Lansness, to be followed by Elizabeth Jacobs, to be followed by Anna Andrzejewski.
I'm Carl. You've seen me here before, and you've seen me here with my little friends here that talk about the language of the heart. And if there was ever a time I see a need for the language of the heart, it's now. As opposed to the language of the head and the ego that this little guy represents, my mentor, Marshall Rosenberg, uses giraffes and jackals to talk about the difference of the language of the heart versus the language of the head and ego, which is usually about analyses, judgments, demands, condemning. The language of the heart is about feelings, needs, requests. And yet giraffes are not always nice. They're authentic, honoring, respecting. Sometimes giraffes need a little buddy, like a tiger, to set some boundaries and say, meow! That's not dishonoring. That's just the most endearing language I've received from people when I've crossed a boundary. It's just, meow! It's not judgmental, right, wrong, good, bad, you're wrong, I'm good. It's just letting me know that I've touched something, danger. Don't back in a corner. Or the jackal will come out, which is not quite so quick, and is more what we're seeing in our political realm, which has caused me huge grief on this issue, the edicts, the executive orders, our elections, and so on. I'm really, really, really concerned that with wonderful intentions, and I hugely honor the intentions of this resolution and its authors, but I'm concerned that we will raise, it may backfire with the word condemn, because I'm concerned that it will alienate, energize the very forces and beings that we're trying to work either with or around. And I'm afraid that it may end up energizing a type of backlash that will destroy the intentions of this. There are ways to confront with respect, with love, to express, and even find win-win ways. And I've sent you 5 emails this week. I've never sent that much. But this is a hot issue for me, and I feel the passion and the pain of many that have spoken here and elsewhere. But I also feel the pain and fear behind the anger of those who elected our president. What's that? I can wrap up. And I think we need to know how to listen to them and honor the feelings and needs behind their actions. We can do it. We can reach higher, and I challenge you to challenge we the people to reach higher.
Thank you.
Hi, my
Next
name.
speaker is Elizabeth Jacobs, to be followed by Anna Andrzejewski and Shadera Kilfoy Flores.
Hi, I'm Dr. Elizabeth Jacobs. I'm a professor of medicine and population health sciences at University of Wisconsin-Madison. And I'm also a practicing primary care physician. I practice at Access Community Health Center on Park Street. I'd say something about cheese, but I'm a doctor, so you probably don't want to hear what I'd say about cheese. So I'm going to start by saying I'm really glad to be here tonight and giving us this forum. I also want to say that I'm so heartened by my neighbors and community members who are here tonight to advocate for a strong language around creating a safe place for undocumented immigrants in our community. And I want to tell the story of one of my patients that I think drives home one of the reasons why this is very important. First of all, there's research that shows that if people are afraid of actually being turned in to immigration, that they don't seek health care, they also don't go to the police. My patient is a woman who suffered from domestic violence. She called the police and was able to escape that relationship. Under this kind of administration where she doesn't feel there's a safe place to go, she might have been dead. She's a single mother to her 2 small children who are both American citizens. She works very hard. She's an incredible member of our society. She has incredible leg pain and needs actually knee replacement, but she can't get it because of her lack of insurance to be able to do that. But she works very hard despite daily pain to support her daughters. She can also come to me, as was said earlier by the Hmong community members here, to actually seek care for the PTSD and the anxiety that she experiences as a result of this domestic violence. Again, if she didn't feel like she was in a safe space and we let her know that, she may not have come to me, and she and her children would be in a different space. And this is just one of many stories that I could tell you. Other people have told you their own stories, and other patients that I have. So I urge you to support this strong resolution so that we can make sure that people come to us who can protect them, both as healthcare providers, police, fire, et cetera. So thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Anna Andrzejewski, followed by Shadira Kilfoy Flores, Cheryl Cato.
Okay, I'm really glad to be speaking here tonight in support of this resolution. I'm also really inspired by a lot of the stories from members of our immigrant community here today, and I come to speak as a professor at the University of Wisconsin in the historical humanities. I'll be more specific. That would be art history. We are a department with a global reach, meaning we have experts that study art and architecture from all over the world. We are part of a world-class research institution, and for that reason, we attract students from all over the world. When the executive order was issued, I immediately was called by 4 students of mine at the graduate level from Iran who did not know what it meant for them. They wanted answers from the university, but they also wanted answers from the city. They wanted to know what protection they provide. I listened to your stories. How many students do you know that are in that position, that don't know what's coming next, that don't know what they're going to do? I've been contacted by the national media because 4 students from Iran at the graduate level, that's quite a few. What does that mean? And I've talked to the national media about that. To be concrete, these students wonder, can they do their research? Can they complete their degree? They wonder if they can go home to take care of ailing family members. They are scared. They don't know what to do. And one of the things that defines our community, I think you've heard all of these stories about the immigrants in this community, but the university is part of the community. We talk about this town and gown thing, and it's not really true. They are residents of this city as well, and it's my graduate students, but it's undergraduate students that are privileged to study at our great university, and I urge you to support this resolution and particularly the contested part about the safe place and space. It's important that they have that assurance that not only the university and their advisors will protect them, but also the city, that even if only temporarily, they call home. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker is Shadira? Shadira, okay, good. Kilfoy Flores, to be followed by Cheryl Cato and Luis Montoto.
Good evening, everyone. I'd like to thank our leaders who brought about the resolution. I'm certainly in support. I myself am a first-generation Mexican-American. I was born here in Madison. My father came to Madison from Mexico after I was born in 1975. And it was not a comfortable place for him. It was very uncomfortable. My father actually being very educated. He also speaking 3 languages, English, Spanish, and Japanese. But because of having a very heavy accent, he felt discriminated against and was very uncomfortable here and eventually left, abandoning me and my mother. Right now, I have my best friend living with me and her 3-year-old daughter. My best friend's husband was deported back in November, and I see firsthand every day the pain that it's like for this 3-year-old to live without her father. How angry she is, how she doesn't understand why she can't have her daddy. And this was his own doing. He made some bad choices, and that's why he had to leave. But to actually see firsthand the repercussions of deportation and how devastating it is for children, and that we absolutely need to support our refugees. We need to support our brothers and sisters. If all lives matter, we need to make sure that we are also standing up for our Black lives, not just refugee lives, and that we absolutely must walk the walk and not just talk the talk. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker, well, Cheryl probably doesn't need any introduction, to be followed by Luis Montoto.
My name is Cheryl Cato, and I'm really very honored to speak tonight. I'm here as an individual, a citizen, but I wanted to first start with an academic lens of the National Child Traumatic Stress Network and talking about stresses that are very founded in research, that there are now children growing up with multiple traumas. They're calling it polyvictimization. And the kind of stress that really is going to cost all of us a great deal if we don't do something about it. And so when we have multiple generations of community violence, domestic violence, and then you have this stress on top of it, really can be insurmountable. So in terms of resources, it's important to know that their worldview will be made different if you have a safe sanctuary. They may have expectations that the faith-based community will do this, but when you have government doing that, that's really different. And when I say personally, it's my family was in an internment camp for 3 years behind barbed wire and armed guards, and there were folks who stood up for that, and it made a difference, and I'll never forget them. And I always made a commitment that in these times, even coming here in different ways and different roles that I have is risky. And yet there's a moral kind of stand you need to take at some point to say, well, there is risk, but I want to at least be able to say that I did that. And so I hope that you will do that too in resolving the resolution itself, and really take the high road in making sure that those folks have a vision that there is safety somewhere. So I really appreciate the opportunity to speak.
Thank you. And the final speaker that we're aware of from the community is Luis Montalto. And if there are any members of the community that do wish to speak, please come forward and we'll give you that opportunity. Please go ahead, Luis.
Good evening. My name is Luis Montalto. I'm a refugee from the state of Texas. And why I say that, I'm a Cowboy fan, so it's hard as a Cowboy fan living in Wisconsin. I just wanted to break the ice a little bit. I'm pretty emotional about the resolution that you guys are going to be voting on. I think I'm disappointed as an American that we've had to come to this. It is very unfortunate that people from many races are marginalized. As I said, I was born and raised in this country, and I hate to give you guys bad news, but there is racial profiling in this country. And I've experienced racial profiling, and I'm going to mention the city. I was driving in McFarland, Wisconsin, not too far from here, and I was pulled over. And the police officer from McFarland, Wisconsin, he pulled me over, asked for my license and registration and proof of insurance, pulls me over. I give him what he asked for without saying much. And I'm looking at him, takes my stuff, goes to his squad car, and I'm looking at him through my rearview mirror. And he stops at his door with his flashlight, and he's checking my driver's license out, apparently, because that's what he came back to my window, and he asked me if my driver's license was a real driver's license. The other one, it's very unfortunate, and it was very disappointing. I think there's people, unfortunately, that live in a bubble. And I would say about 8 months ago, I sat in my office, and I was in my office with one of our senators. And he racially profiled me. He racially profiled me. He racially profiled me. He called me an immigrant. Just so you know, both my parents were born in Texas. My great-great-grandmother was a U.S. federal agent. My mom has her Special 38, her sidearm that she used to carry. And he calls me an immigrant. Sitting in my office with the American flag behind me and all the cowboy stuff. So, and why I mention this, it's unfortunate that I have to say this, but it does happen. It's unfortunate, and it's very sad. Now, the other thing that I want to mention in support of the resolution is there's only a few opportunities that we have in our history of this country, and I think this is one of them. The Underground Railroad, the Revolution, the Japanese internment camps, and this is one of them. And I think we have to prove a point. It's symbolic, it's a safe place, but we have to send a message that Madison is a city, a new city, a modern city, and an inclusive city. Thank you.
Thank you. There are at least 3 more speakers that I now have forms for that were just handed to me. I do apologize in advance for all the previous mispronunciations and future mispronunciations of names here. So then the next speaker is Diego Campuedi. Perfect. To be followed by Chinoa Allen and Pat Leonard, or Lagarde. Please proceed.
Good evening, everybody. Mayor Paul Soglin, members of the City Council, Deputy, members of the community, my friends and colleagues here. My name is Diego Campoverde Cisneros. I'm a citizen, I'm a member of this community, member of Madison, member of the LGBT plus community as well. So I'm the minority of the minority. I'm here to speak in favor and support of Resolution 23. I strongly believe that having a safe space here in Madison at the Madison City Council building sends an important message to all the immigrant communities and communities of color in Madison and the United States, a place in which we can find interpreters, guidance, counseling, and support, and most importantly, to feel safe, especially nowadays in these times of fear and uncertainty. So I encourage you all to support this resolution, to support our communities of color, and to make Madison even a safer place. Thank you very much.
Thank you. The next speaker is Chinoa Allen, to be followed by Pat Lagarde.
I already came up.
Oh, so it's a duplicate, okay. And now we have Alejandro, is this 2 people?
Yes.
Oh, 2, okay. Why don't you both introduce yourselves as you come forward then, please?
Hi, everyone. My name's Julissa Ventura.
And my name is Alondra Quechol.
And we co-facilitate a youth program at Centro Hispano of Dane County. I'm also a PhD student in educational policy at UW-Madison.
And I'm a current student at Madison College.
And we are in support of this resolution. For us, it really means a lot for Madison to actually make a statement that matters to the families that we work with, to the youth that we work with.
And on a personal note, I just wanted to elaborate the hardship and challenge that it's been for the Latinx community. I only say that because looking at the resolution, there's been also points where I just wanted to make that it's not easy for our parents to drive without a license. They go to the stores and they're asked for their ID. How can we have that even asked when they can't prove that identification? For example, going into Walmart, my own mother had to let go of the things that she had to purchase just because her ID was expired. My father is scared to drive because he knows he'll be pulled over, and it's not fair to him knowing that he has a night shift
he had to bike for a certain period of time because that fear of driving. And if you look into high schools, ask yourselves how many representation do we have of the Latinx community in student council, in the football team, and any other curricular activity after school. Our parents are afraid of driving them back and forth. Not so much participation is made because of that. And this is, again, imagine yourself with a bigger household when your oldest is only 14 and you have to drive them back and forth from high school to or middle school, elementary, and knowing that the dad has 2 jobs, it's a really big challenge for the Latinx community. And just reading about this, I just wanted to elaborate about that.
And like Alondra said, our families already live in fear. I work with high school students, and it is heartbreaking for me to hear them have a stress not only about thinking about college, right? Because that's what we want to encourage our young people to be thinking about. But they are also worried that they're going to lose a parent or both parents, or that they themselves won't be able to pursue higher education. There's already barriers for our DACA students, but now they have to deal with the stress of having their families torn apart. So please consider this resolution as a way for our youth, our families, to have a little less fear in the times that we're living in today. Thank you.
Thank you both very much. Are there any other members of the community that wish to speak? Please come forward, and you could fill out a form after you're done speaking, please.
I will do so.
Thank you.
And good
Please
evening.
introduce yourself.
Good evening. My name is Adim Palau, and I am a member of this community representing myself. As you can guess, I'm originally from another country, which is Cuba. And I'm here because I'm concerned. I'm afraid, like everybody is. But before, I would like to thank good friends, Shiva, Steve King, Amanda, and all of the others that are supporting us today. I would also like to thank the Mayor Soglin, and also the Chief of Police and our law enforcement friends that are here. Thank you for protecting us and being there for us. Why do I thank you? I thank you for being brave leaders. Being brave leaders for our community, for our Muslim brothers, for the immigrants, for the next generation, for the children that really need you today. You're standing up to protect them. And you're making history tonight. This audience is watching, the country is watching, the world is watching, and you're making the difference. We're hoping that the other cities will follow the example that you're setting for them. So I would like to ask you to continue being brave, set aside politics, and represent us. We are counting on you. This is something very important to consider. If we know that you're brave, we will not be afraid, because we know that we can count on you. Thank you.
Are there any others wishing to speak? Yes, ma'am? Why don't you come forward and... Oh, yes, I'm sorry, I thought you had already spoken. Please
Hi,
come.
my name's Pat Legard, and I want to say that I support this all the way, and I feel really bad for what's going on. I don't want people to be too fearful of Trump. I think we have a lot of power that, we can stand up to this. But also, I'm disabled because I was attacked in 2001, and I'm having a hard time getting housing. I'm having a hard time getting a job. I don't always, I don't look so great. I have a good driving record, but I can't get anything. And when I go to services, it's rather difficult. So I have barriers too, and it's hard. I don't have community, and I think that's what keeps some people together. I don't know. And I just hope that maybe an attorney will help me get my Section 8 voucher back. I've worked on that. Heidi Wiegenthaler, I believe she's a county board member. That is also an attorney. I think that's what I need, and good luck to everybody. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any others from the community wishing to speak? Seeing none, thank you all very much for those that have spoken. There are two additional registrants that stated that they are both in support of the resolution and available to answer questions. They are Mahir Arias and Mayra de Graaf. Again, apologies for mispronunciations. Are there any questions of any of our registrants, any of our speakers? I should also mention there are approximately 50 additional registrants, all in support, not wishing to speak. The mayor read a number of them earlier. There's about another 50 here. Would colleagues like me to go through and read each of the 50 or just circulate them, all of them around, including those that the mayor read? We'll do that. Gene, if you could add the ones that the mayor read and put them all together. Thank you for relieving me of, not that they aren't, each and every one isn't important, those of you that are here and registered not wishing to speak, but there are 50 or 60, I believe. So, questions of any of our speakers or any of the other registrants this evening? Alderperson Clear, no? Alderperson Bidar, question? No questions? Are there any colleagues wishing to ask questions of any of our registrants this evening? Seeing none, thank you again, all of you, for being with us this evening. The first person I have in the queue is Alderperson Clear.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'm so proud of our community tonight. You folks really came and inspired me, inspired all of us. I know that many people probably had difficulties in getting here and maybe even took pretty significant risks to come here and to speak to us. And I think we all appreciate that very much. And this is, I think, why I feel so proud to represent this community and to do the work that all of us do. It really reminds me of why this is important. I haven't really felt this way since 6 years ago on Saturday when Governor Walker dropped the bomb, his words, not mine, and this community responded in a way that only Madison can and does. And this council, not long after that happened, in very open and I would say brazen defiance of state government, passed extensions to our union contracts to do everything we could to protect our workers from the effects that what would become Act 10 would have. And this has a very similar feel where it's incumbent on us to take action, whatever the perceived or real consequences may be, to do what we think is right. I would encourage my colleagues that may have amendments or have objections to this resolution on what I think are technicalities to think about the big picture and think about the message that we send to our community if we act united, and the message we send if we don't. With that, thank you.
Thank you. Alderperson Bidar.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would like to move the substitute at this point, and if I have a second, I will speak to it.
Moved and seconded to adopt a substitute. Alderperson Bidar.
Thank you so much. So first, thank you all for being here. This is my community, and this is the reason I decided to put myself in this position, is to be able to one day stand up and say, we did the right thing. And I'm very proud of all my colleagues around this room who I know some of you knocked on those doors for me and said, and people would say, she's not from here, is she? And she's from here. Here I am. I'm going to sit here proudly, and I'm going to make sure that we're using all our power for positive change. And I want to quickly get to, so thank you. Thank you for being here. Thank you for being the strong community that you all are. And many of you know how closely I hold you in my heart, so thank you. But I wanted to also specifically speak to this resolution and spend a little time clarifying some items. One, I know some people have said, this is just symbolic, it doesn't mean a lot. I think the fact that we have so many community members in this room tonight talks about how it's not symbolic. It means real thing to real people, to have people in our position sit in these chambers and say that we stand with our communities. So that is not symbolic, that's very meaningful. That makes people be able to go at night home and feel safe, a word that I will come back to frequently this evening. But it is one way of feeling safe. I know I had friends who have called me over the past week, who have asked me if I had a safety plan. That was interesting because I've spent many hours making safety plans for others. And for the first time, I felt, you know what, maybe I do need a safety plan. Maybe that blue passport that I struggled so much to get, maybe it's not going to be worth what it was worth a month ago. And so this came from a place of knowing that this is the time where we need to stand together and strong. I want to personally thank Alder Balde for organizing the event he organized last Sunday, I guess two Sundays ago, and to bring us together. But I also want to make sure that we understand that I had really been working on a resolution such as this for a long time. You all had received a memo that was dated January 12th, infamously before the swearing-in ceremony of the person whose name I never say, but who happens to be somebody's president. So I was preparing for it because I knew that we needed to make sure that we were codifying and having stronger language. So this resolution condemns, yes, the executive orders, but it does three very important things that are actually important actions of this council. One, supporting the new and enhanced policy of our chief of police. Thank you. I cannot thank Chief Koval enough for taking the time to really significantly enhance and rewrite the Code of Conduct section regarding immigration in our MPD policies and adding a standard operating practice that is a full page. For those of you who had not read or didn't really read carefully the language that previously was in our Code of Conduct, I would encourage you to read it and compare it to the new one. It's significantly different. And again, Chief Koval took it upon himself to work collaboratively and rewrite something that strongly reflected the practice, really the practice of our police department. So I think it is critical for this council to go on record saying that we support what our chief of police is doing as far as his policy around immigrants and specifically undocumented immigrants. The second thing that it does is codifies what we expect from our rest of our city staff, that they will not be asking for immigration status, that they will not be sharing immigration status information with anybody, and that if there is a contact by any immigration authority for us to release any of that information, whether we have it, don't have it, whether we have it by casual conversation or official documentation, that is directed to the city attorney's office so they can very carefully analyze what the request is and how narrowly we need to interpret that request. So that is not, at least I searched all APMs and I did not see a single APM in this city that says that that's not what that we're asking our city staff not to do that. And the third one and last, and I guess subject to, for some reason, much controversy, is the safe place. So let me clarify that what I intended to say with that and how I tried to clarify it on Friday, trying to listen, I guess, to many conversation. One, The concept of safe place and safe space is a mental health concept. It's a concept that's used very often to say it's a place where you can feel that you are welcome, that you're protected. And I'm not even talking legal protection. I'm just saying a space in which you feel that you are welcome and protected. Now, you can read the 3-page interpretation of the word safe and try to over-interpret that, or you can think about the definition of a safe space, again, often used, a place or environment in which a person or group of people feel confident that they will not be exposed to discrimination, criticism, harassment, or any other emotional and physical harm. That's kind of what safe space is. Very common in LGBTQ plus communities to have that kind of space. So I wanted to make sure that within this building, this institutional building, I know for those of us who come here, we think this is just like, oh, I'm walking into another building. But to make my point, I spent 10 minutes before CCOC meeting talking to a Spanish-speaking family that was lost in this building, trying to pay a municipal court ticket. They didn't know where to go, and they didn't know what time it closes, and they were just going up and down the elevator. So I spoke to them. I directed them where they needed to go. The office was closed. I gave them the website that they could go on to pay if they wanted to pay online. So again, what seems like it's easy to find your way in this building, it's not always easy. So the intent was, one, a place where you can feel supported, knowing that we have 2 staff people. It's an easy place to walk in and feel like there's 2 staff people who are welcoming. That you have access to interpreter services. Another one of my points was made tonight. Yes, we're supposed to have access everywhere, anytime, 24/7, any phone call, any number that gets called. The reality is that doesn't happen. I can tell you that that's the reality of any big organization. I work in one. I've created the interpreter services in that organization, and there is failure on a daily basis by somebody in that organization to do the right thing at the right time because they just couldn't remember where that access number was, and they were just too busy, or they made the person wait for 20 minutes that was already lost. So again, you can walk in one place where at least you have access. Doesn't preclude from anybody else in the entire organization to know how to do it, but at least that there is one place to go. If I had not spoken Spanish when I encountered that family in that elevator, if I knew that that was the office that I could have taken them to, if any of you would have known that that's the place you can go, you would have taken them there, and you would know now, hey, as soon as I get into the office, Debbie and Lisa know how to use the phone interpreter service, and we'll be just good. And so that was the other reason. And the final reason is to have some information available. So I put on all of your desk immigrant rights information, the little booklet that's available. I've heard, let's have it everywhere. That's great. But my experience is that when people in power say everywhere, oftentimes it means nowhere. When they say, it's all of us, everybody, everywhere, that oftentimes mean not you. Everybody else, those who can figure it out, everybody else that can have access, but you're part of all. So we feel good about it, but it really means nowhere. It means the big black hole of all. So that was my other intent. And finally, because I know the issue has been raised, because I've been even asked, how would you want people there if there's no toilets and there's no kitchen? I've never talked about toilets and kitchen there, but okay. So let's talk about that. So let's say there is an immigration officer that's in this building. First of all, for those of you who have talked to immigration officers like I have, they don't really come usually with their guns blazing out. They come and they say to the person, we're taking you, unless they're doing raids, which raids in California are a story that is a little different that I don't even want to think about right now. But usually they come, and if you tell them, look, this person needs to make a phone call right now, give this person a minute so they can call, they usually, if they have somebody that is talking to them that's in any position of power, any position of power, they will allow you to do that. So that was the other intent, that they would be a place to go. And to address the last concern I've heard, this is a vulnerable population and this is misleading and confusing. I cannot think about a more resilient, resourceful, and community that is able to understand the risk to their own safety on a daily basis. And so I think saying that it is a vulnerable population that is really going to be misled, I think is not giving credit to the resilience of a community who knows very well that nobody in this room and nobody that is outside of this room can 100% guarantee their safety. They know that every day when they get, like Alondra's parents, behind the wheel to go to work. And so I don't think it's giving them enough credit to really talk about how the people can be misled and cannot really understand and be thoughtful about the information that they receive. So with that, again, I just want to really thank every one of the members of this council, the mayor, my friend, and in this struggle often for immigrants' rights, Deputy Mayor Gloria Reyes, for hopefully supporting this resolution. At the very least, I know that we're all together in supporting the majority of this resolution, and I feel proud of that. Regardless of everything else, I feel really proud of that because we're standing up to a state and federal government who are definitely ready to come after us. And I want to say to everybody that's here tonight that this was also a way to galvanize all of us around this issue, for this community to understand that this is a real issue and that we're going to all have to fight this fight at the state level. And I hope that as many of us that are here, actually I know that many of us who are here will be there for the other fights, but some of you are new faces, and I hope that you will join us in that fight because we need every one of us to stand up to the state government and let them know that we don't think this is okay. And we think that Madison is a proud city by being, call us, a sanctuary city.
Thank you. Alderperson Romo.
I'm next. Well, that's a hard one to follow, Alder Bedar. Thank you so much for going through the what this will do, because after Trump was elected, or 45 is now I'm beginning to think of him as instead of a name, 45. We got lots of requests. I don't know about you, but my district's like, aren't we a sanctuary city? Are we going to become one if we're not? What? Come on, get it done, City Council. And so, as soon as this came to me, I said I would support it. And while there might be like little tweaks to language, I got the intent of it right away. And for me, I just want to thank all of us for stepping up. I want to definitely thank Chief Koval, because it's really important to codify this stuff. It's not just kind of our practice and we mean well and this is what we've done, but really we're going to put it in words, and we're going to, so you can hold us to it. And I think that's one of the key things that this resolution does, and the rules of the code of conduct and this operating procedure in the police department. We still are, we are in Madison, so we don't have control of everything, unfortunately. So we still need, even in our own community, to work on the level of the county sheriff, and make sure all the communities around, if there could be a way to do a campaign to meet with all the law enforcement people in all the communities in Dane County, so that we're all on the same page, so that if you're traveling to McFarland, that you can at least hope that something won't befall you, as was in the testimony. So I would urge, all of our media resources and activists to think about what we can all do together to make sure this extends beyond Madison. So at some point when I would explain to people that we had sort of sanctuary light, I don't know quite how to call it now, What? Just sanctuary? But, you know, at some point, the city attorney will say there's no legal definition, and it's gonna be whatever definition they above us come down with. So even when we do this, you know, who knows what'll happen at the state level or at the federal level, but at least now we know what we represent and who we represent. So thank you for coming, and to all my fellow alders, and I hope this is a unanimous vote.
Thank you. Alderperson Balde?
So is this the right time for an amendment or no?
Yes, you can offer an amendment.
Okay. So I've...
So before us is the BDAR substitute. You can offer an amendment to that.
Okay. So now is the right time then?
Yeah. Alderperson Group, yield, just suspend Alderperson Balde. Alderperson Gruber, state your point of order.
I just wanted to make sure what we have in front, which substitute, is it the one that was handed out on our places, is that, or is it a?
You're asking
Or is it the one that's in
Alderperson Bidar
Legistar?
what her substitute is? Is
Yes,
that-
please, just to be
That's
clear.
in
what-
order.
Yeah,
Alderperson
thank you.
Bidar, would you please clarify for the body
Sorry, thank
what
you.
your substitute does?
My substitute, and in order, so to be a substitute, it has to be something that was the lead sponsor put forth. If not, it's an alternate. Spend way too many hours with Attorney May, especially of late, so I'm doing that. So the substitute that I moved is the one that I shared with all of you on Friday. So it's the one that has the, it's not the one that has the red on it, but above the red, it has the language of my substitute. So it's what it changed the safe place to designate it as a safe place where all residents may readily obtain phone interpreter services and immigrant rights information.
Thank you. Thank you for the clarification. Alderperson Balde,
Yeah, so
the motion would be in order now if you wish.
Okay, so I would just like to move a motion to substitute that last part that Siva has. As you can see from what I sent around, is the part that is marked red. Yes. Based off of what has been said here, it is clear that, or just move the motion and then
Yeah,
come
so
back?
you're offering an amendment to replace, for those of us that have the printed version of your amendment, it would replace the yellow language of the BDAR substitute to language that would read, quote, "Be it further resolved, Madison public libraries are designated as safe places where all residents may readily obtain phone interpreter services and immigrant rights information." Correct? That's your motion is to substitute the oh, it's in addition.
No, not in addition, replacement.
So in essence, and correct me if I'm wrong, please, and we need a second yet still, but that you're striking City of Madison Common Council office and replacing that phrase with Madison Public Libraries?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Is there a second to the amendment offered by Alderperson Balde?
That's what Siva got.
It's been moved and seconded by Alderperson Rummel. You may speak to your amendment.
Okay, so like I was saying, as you can see, there's a lot of fear in the community. And these are genuine fears. But before I get there, I just want to say, I can say based off my accent, everybody can tell I am an immigrant myself. I immigrated to this country about 18 years ago. I've gone through all the stages of immigration, from being documented, whatever they call legal, to undocumented, or whatever they call illegal, to coming back again being a documented. So I know what it feels to be an immigrant, and I know what people are going through right now because I live it. For the most of the people in the chambers here, it may just be that this is the right thing to do, that we want to be there for our next door neighbor. We want to be there for residents of this city. But for many people who are sitting over there and over here, and myself, including maybe Siva and others, this is what we live on a daily basis. So I wanted to make sure that, like everybody's talking about, I want all of us to be united on this as well, so that everybody is part of what we are trying to do here. We cannot do politics around this. The stakes are too high for us to do any politics around this. The stakes are too high for us to confuse our population. And that is the basis for which I put this amendment. When this thing came forward, I looked at it, I saw it as excellent. I reached out to Siva, and said, I think we need to make some adjustment here so that at least everybody is part of this. In fact, originally what I was thinking is that the city of Madison has 260 some parks. It also has, I don't know how many facilities in the city. So if you want to push the button harder, my first approach was to say all the 260 parks plus, and every building in this city that belongs to the city be designated as a safe place. But the reality is now is what we have. And we have so many battles that we will fight in the couple of coming weeks, coming months, coming years. We don't know when this is going to be over. Every day is ton of executive orders. So being a black person, an African-American black, a Muslim, an immigrant, physical features on my face, I know what it feels to be an immigrant. I know how it feels to be that person. I live it on a daily basis. Somebody mentioned about getting a speeding ticket. My first speeding ticket, I still remember. I was with my white girlfriend going to a small village to pick somebody from work around 11 o'clock. Me and her, we are talking in the car. And I told her, just pay attention. The police will pull me over as soon as we enter into the city, except if they are not on the roadway. As soon as we get into the city, and we were observing the speed limit, just to make sure that this does not happen. We were talking about it. We make a turn, go after maybe a mile or so, and then the light started blinking. So this is reality. It's not film, or it's not stories, it's not history. My mother is here, she's an immigrant. More the reason why I interpret for the hospitals. I interpret for the hospital, I used to do it. I interpret for immigration, I interpret for Department of Workforce Development. I speak 5 different languages, excluding English. So I have always lived the immigrant life, and I know how difficult it is. So we are faced with a lot of challenges that all of us, we don't only have to come to City Council and support things like this, but we have to go to every event and make sure that we are protected as citizens of this, or as residents of this city. And so therefore, I hope, for the sake of unity and making sure this city is the best place for every person who lives here, and those who may inspire to move from here, like the other person was saying, coming from Texas and all these other places, that we adopt and approve the friendly, that I call friendly amendment to what SIVA has. I think we have libraries across the city to an extent that even if it was within District 70 or anywhere, it's walking distance to go get the information that we are going to provide at room 417, which nobody may know where it is located. But even if you know, sometimes this building is locked, you can't get there. But the library is almost open half of the time. So we can go there and get these resources. So I hope my colleagues will support me on this. It seems like everybody is on board with the general resolution. This is, I think, is make the resolution even much better. It gives you much more access to immigration services and things like that. I will stop here until maybe I get another chance to say some more things. Thank you.
Thank you. Mayor Soglin, did you wish to address the council at this time? No? Okay. Alderperson Fair?
Okay, thank you. I guess before I say some comments about the overall resolution, I'm wondering if the sponsor of this amendment would find it friendly to add the language instead of strike the substitute language from Alder Badar. So it would be both the council office and the libraries. I do have some questions about the libraries, but so that's to the chair.
Thank you. Alderperson Balde, would you wish to respond?
So my fear is that, even Siva alluded to that, is the facilities. How can we really make that reality? And already we are hiring a third person to work at the council office, so that means how much we need resources.
Sorry, I'm sorry.
Huh?
No, I'm
Were
sorry.
you saying something?
No, I'm sorry. I should not have said anything.
Oh,
keep
okay.
Keep going. I'm sorry.
You can continue to respond to the question, Alderperson Balde.
Right. So I would rather that, look, there are so many opportunities. Like I said, I would rather we have all parks, which are city-owned, be designated at places where you can get this information, however we want to call it. And I would also like all city buildings to be designated as such. But reality is right now, I don't know, we have the capacity to reach out to everybody and make sure that is a possibility. So at least for now, I would prefer that if we have to say the city council, I would rather we at every city facility and all the parks. So no, to answer your question, basically.
Thank you. Alderperson Fair, you have the floor still.
Okay, well, I think it would, I think having it at the council office, I don't know why we couldn't have both. It would seem to please probably the council, but having the council office or a place here at the city government, the city seat, of government just seems as a symbolic place that just makes a lot of sense to me, and I think makes a lot of sense, obviously, to the sponsor and to, seems like people in the audience as well. So the library seems like a fine idea, though I wonder if we've spoken with the library staff and if they're ready for that and things like that. And looks like Mr. May is shaking his head yes, so they're ready for that. That's good. So I guess I'll leave maybe the next person in the queue to figure out how we're going to go forward. I would like to say as a general point, not on the merits of the resolution. I think we all share the merits of the resolution. We all share the values of what we're trying to do here. And thank you, like everyone has said, everyone who's come. It's truly an inspirational evening on a lot of levels. However, I just want to say something about leadership. And I'm sorry, sometimes how I just am direct on things. But sometimes a good leader is able to recognize the credibility in what has already come forward and just get behind that and just go. Stand in the back and support. And I'm not, and just, we have something that is truly ready to go here, a resolution that's supported by the community that is very solid. And I hope that we don't spend who knows how much longer sort of having these sort of, as Alder Clear said, I don't know what word to use, but frivolous is the one that comes to mind on this, because we all stand for the values of this resolution. And let's just stand together and show this community and show this state and show this country that we are united. And we're unanimous, and once we pass it, there's no way it could be overturned, and we're ready to roll. I think we can do that, and I think we should do that. Thank you.
Thank you. There are 7 colleagues that have indicated they wish to speak at this time. I am, as always, taking them in order. So the next would be Alderperson DeMarb. She'll be followed by Alderperson McKinney.
Thank you, sir.
Alderperson DeMarb.
Do we have a second amendment?
Yes.
No. We had an.
Doesn't Gruber have one? Can we have another one? No. Gruber doesn't have one?
Previous question to vote on that first.
Fine. I would like to move the previous question and vote on Alder Balday's substitute. Amendment. Thank you. And after that, I'd like to speak.
Okay. Excuse me a second, Alderperson Aaron's. So Alderperson DeMarb moves the previous question on. Oh, I think there was a second. Didn't I hear a second? It's been moved and seconded to move the previous question, which is the Balday amendment. It's not debatable motion. It requires a 2/3 vote. So I believe a roll call vote is like, well, I can try a voice vote. Why don't I try?
Let's be clear. Are we voting on the procedural issue?
Yes.
The procedural issue to move the previous question to immediately come to a vote on the Balday amendment. So those in favor of moving the previous question will say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. It seems as though there is a 2/3, more than 2/3 members of the council do wish to vote immediately on the Balday amendment. So we will proceed to do that. Does anyone need further clarification of what the amendment is? Seeing none. It's hard to see overall, person. I'm sorry, is everyone clear that what Alderperson Balday's amendment is? Yes? Okay. Those in favor of, Alderperson Cheeks, are you seeking recognition? Yes, Alderperson Cheeks. A point of order, please state it.
I'm just unclear about what Alder Aarons is doing at the front of the room. Oh. All right. All right, well, I suppose that's a thing.
Okay, thank you, Alderperson Cheek. So we're proceeding to an immediate vote on the amendment offered by Alderperson Balday. Those in favor of the amendment will say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. The noes have it. The amendment is not agreed to.
In the queue are Alderman McKinney, Bedar, Eskridge, and Rummel. Pardon? No. By moving the previous question, Alderman McKinney?
Mr. Mayor, I'll yield my time to Alder Bedar.
Well, Alderman Bedar.
I'd like to offer an amendment that adds the sentence, be it resolved, Madison public libraries are designated as safe places where all residents may readily obtain foreign interpreter services and immigrant rights information, to the previously moved substitute, which
Thank
had
you.
the Common Council.
Is there a
also.
second?
Second.
Are we clear as to the motion? The motion is different than the previous motion. The previous amendment was to make the language a substitute. This amendment is to make it in addition to. Alderman Bedar, you have the floor.
Thank you. Again, I do hope that we can really unanimously take a vote on this. I think that I'm fine. I can be at that place. But again, I do think that for me, it's extremely important to have a place designated in this building. I just told you a story of who I was with in the elevator up and down in this building trying to pay for a municipal court ticket. We do have municipal court in this building. Many people come in and out of this building. I think it's really important to have that space. I'm comfortable knowing that our council staff knows how to use the phone interpreter services. I'll challenge every one of you to pick up the phone tomorrow and call your local library in your district and make sure that they know how to use the phone interpreter services. And if they don't, let's make sure they do, because now it's going to be an expectation set by this resolution. Last thing I would say is that the copies of the Know Your Rights, there is 500 of them that I ordered through the ACLU. We do have the guide that was printed through my Alder, my little Alder account. So hopefully we can get somebody to print this and have them available in the libraries. But I hope we can really, in the spirit of we've covered it all now, let's come together. Let's show our community that we're in full support and standing up for them. And I expect that this is the last thing I'm going to say. So everybody, the Day Without Latinos is February 13. Join us in Milwaukee. And the rest will be a fight at the state. So let's all be there to provide testimony on the importance of our communities to the city of Madison.
Alderman DeMarb.
Thank you, sir. I would like to just thank Shiva for doing what I was going to do and adding libraries instead of deleting the council office. I think it's really important that this building, the seat of government, be a safe place for our immigrants' communities. I think that's of dire importance, actually, for us to rise up and say, this is a safe place. Right here is a safe place, and our libraries are too. That's absolutely fine with me. And thank you, Alder Balday, for bringing that forward. But that doesn't in any way negate that we need to have this safe place, and we need to show solidarity in that. Thank you, Alder Badar, for saying that. I'd also, since I have the floor, I would like to thank everyone who came out and spoke tonight because, oh my goodness, I mean, it truly opens my heart. And for my colleagues, Balde and Badar, for sharing their stories as well. I'd further like to thank Alder Badar for her leadership and her courage and her collaboration. It's a testament of what we all need to rise to. Thank you.
Alderman Baldeth, Alderman Cheeks, then Alderwoman McKinney. I'm sorry. Alderman Baldeth.
Right. So, I think it's good that we've gotten at least the libraries added to the list, but I would have preferred the other way around. But what I want to say now is that I hope everybody who is sitting at the gallery understand that this is not the place that we are talking about. It seems like from some of the testimonials that people think this is this place you can come, this is the safe space, or whatever where you can come and get resources. This is not. It's room 417. So just so you know, room 417 is where you can go get this information and all these services. And for me, that is why I wanted this not to be part of it. It's going to be confusing, but symbolism and all this other stuff is why it is there. So it's not this place, it's room 417. Thank you.
Thank you. Alderman Cheeks.
I don't think this is symbolism. I think this is the resistance. I want to thank Alder Badar. I want to thank my colleagues who've been really positive during this discussion. But really, I want to thank all of you for taking the time to come out here this evening and express from really honest, deep places how important it is that our city government be bold, that we don't hesitate, that we don't hedge, but rather that we stand up for our values. This is the fight. This is what leadership looks like, and I'm really, really grateful to serve with colleagues like Alder Badar who are willing to stand up and spend, as we know, the better part of the past month working on this quietly, diligently. That's the work of alders. That's what we do. We sit in the background and do the work quietly, slowly, on your behalf. And even when collaboration is hard, we have to do it. Because you ask us to, because you demand us to, as was said earlier. Thank you guys so much. It's days like this that I'm really, really proud to serve with you.
Alderwoman McKinney, Alderwoman Hall.
Okay.
Alderperson McKinney.
Thank you. This has been an incredible night to sit in the chamber and listen to our brothers and our sisters share their pain. It was incredible 2 Sundays ago to see 2,500 people to come out and stand and cry about their fear and their testimony. Over the last few weeks, there has been such an expression of drawing people together rather than being divisive. We've seen that, but there is a tremendous groundswell of people saying that we stand together. And I speak upon this because when we talk about privilege, it's normally white privilege. But tonight we're talking about a privilege that we all have. If you have a passport in your hand, black or brown, you have privilege. And so tonight I sit here as a brown person with privilege because I have a passport and I can move freely around without fear. It pushes me back to the time of slavery, when individuals, when families, when mothers and fathers, when mothers feared for their husbands and their sons and sent them up north for fear of being lynched. I'm just going to tell you how it felt. And so when I heard individuals talk about their fear, it pushed me back to the time. We're in Black History Month, and we've not talked about that at all in this chamber. But it pushed me back to a time to remember when my people were oppressed. And I would have wanted someone to stand up for us and say, this is not right. And so as a council, I applaud both of my colleagues for the tenacity of bringing this forward, because they live it, they understand it, and so I applaud both of them. And so I ask my colleagues to see that we can say that collaboratively we have agreed that our brothers and sisters are not alone. And this is a statement. We've talked about it. We don't need to labor it. We don't need to separate it. We need to collaboratively say that we stand as one. This is not sausage. I love that. This is not sausage. And we're not going to make it sausage on the floor. We're going to vote it, and I'm going to call for the question, and I'm going to ask for a roll call, because I want us to stand and actually go on record for standing and supporting this new combination of both.
Thank you. Alderperson Hall?
I believe she called
Did you call the question? Oh, I'm sorry. I thought you meant that you wanted a roll call vote. So, typically, you would do that before you begin speaking, as you might recall. I will just state for the body, we have Alderperson Hall, Mayor Soglin, Alderpersons Carter and Eskridge all wishing to speak on the BDAR amendment to the BDAR substitute. So are we comfortable allowing Alderperson Hall to proceed then? Okay, thank you. Alderperson Hall.
Thank you, Mr. President, with apologies for the negative connotations that term is taking on in this day and age. So as many of you know, I am a very proud coach at La Follette High School, Go Lancers, and I coach public speaking there at La Follette. And it occurred to me the other day, and I never really thought about it, that actually most of the kids that I have been so proud and touched and privileged to coach are immigrants, if not refugees, to this great country. And I thought a lot about, just kind of what that meant. And I reached out to some of the kids that I coach currently, as well as, kids that have graduated and moved on, but are still pursuing education here in the area. And I said, if you would be so willing and so open to come and educate us with your perspective, we would be, as a council, all the better for it. And we would really love to hear from you. And especially for the kids that are still in high school, I did that knowing that for some of my kiddos, transportation was going to be an issue because either one or both parents don't have a driver's license. The access just really isn't there. And unfortunately, none of my kiddos could come to speak tonight. I'm sure they would have floored all of us because they're really good speakers. But I take this vote tonight for them. They couldn't be here tonight, so I'll have to go tell them what I found and what I heard tonight. As I walked in, I noticed that the gallery was extremely full, and that always makes me happy because I love to see people participating. And I stood over here on stage right just for a second, just to take a moment just before the mayor gavelled us into order. And I was looking out and I was just taking in the moment and smiling at everybody and hopefully appearing welcoming and not creepy, I hope. And I heard a minimum of 4 different languages being spoken. And it was seriously one of the most powerful moments that I have had in public service. And I want to thank all of you who have come out, and I want to welcome you to your city council chambers. Thanks.
Thank you. Mayor Soglin.
Thank you. A number of people tonight spoke from the heart and spoke from their personal experiences. And that's how I'm going to speak tonight. I've been involved in social and political movements in this country, in this city, for over 50 years. I've been arrested 3 times by police officers, beaten in another circumstance in a protest. And I won't recount how many times I've been tear gassed. And I watched the tragedy of those movements collapse under the weight of the fatal mistake that what is bold, what is resistance, is progress. When people spoke about the superiority of their militancy, they led to peaceful crowds of thousands of people sabotaged and undermined by a handful who would throw rocks and provoke the police. Some turned to bombings and shootings. The key is not militancy, it is not boldness. The key is having a strategy that takes us beyond resistance to building a successful movement that is going to change so that we are not on the defensive. The resolution that we have here before us, as amended, accomplishes that. It may seem to be a subtle difference from what was originally introduced, but in many ways, it allows us to maintain the very nature of what we are committed to doing without in any way creating a setback or an opportunity for someone else to unduly inflict harm or pain on us. Now, 3 weeks ago, over 100 cities gathered and reaffirmed their commitment to sanctuary. A commitment which is pretty much embodied in this resolution. And the beauty of it is we are the ones who are within the law. We are the ones who are protecting the Constitution. We are the ones who are protecting what's valuable in this nation. We're within the law when we insist that any inquiry made of a public employee working for this city be directed to the city attorney's office, should that inquiry deal with the question of one's status. We are within the law when we make a commitment to not self-initiate contact or detain individuals. And we're within the law with this resolution as amended. Now, There are already some of the 100 and more cities who committed to these principles who have fallen by the wayside. Miami has. Most of the cities in Texas have, after what happened to Austin. And Austin is the first city to suffer the ramifications. In Texas, the governor has the authority and acted upon it to take millions of dollars away from that city. And what an irony. Well, I don't think the judgment of U.S. News and World Report in evaluating our communities in this country is as valid as some others. This week they said Austin, Texas was the finest city in the United States. But it is not by U.S. News and World Report's judgment, but by its unwavering position in regards to what the governor of Texas did. There are a collection of cities led by Mayor Garcetti of Los Angeles and Mayor de Blasio of New York, who are in constant contact, who are formulating legal strategies on the federal level to combat the executive orders and whatever Congress may do. Some of that work was discussed by Mayor Adler of Austin and myself on Friday, and their city attorney has been in contact with Mr. May today. There are about a half a dozen cities that in effect fall into a separate category now, because they are not only vulnerable from what the federal government could do, but they are vulnerable from what their state government can do. And it may sound surprising, but the ability of the state government to punish us is far greater than that of the federal government. Now, about a half a dozen of our cities are coming together to strategically map out plans as to what we will do if, as has happened in Texas, state governments in Ohio and South Carolina, here in Wisconsin, should demand retribution. Our goal is to simultaneously maintain our commitment in terms of what's embodied in the resolution, and at the same time, not to take any unnecessary risks. Because if you think about the loss of revenue to our community, it is always going to be the most vulnerable in our community who will be hurt the most. And so, when there are two paths, one path is to maintain those principles and to minimize risk, and the other is to maintain those principles and to maximize risk, or at least increase it. I find it incumbent to share that with you and to see if we cannot find a way of maintaining those principles, because no matter what happens in the coming weeks and months, and most likely years that this is going to go on, we are going to be a sister to Austin, Texas, not to Miami. Thank you.
Thank you. Alderperson Carter, to be followed by Alderpersons Eskridge and Gruber.
Thank you. I want to thank everyone who came here today also, but I also want to say that on January 22nd, the synergy that was in Madison, the commitment to take action together was monumental. I want to take you back to 1800, the Underground Railroad that came through Wisconsin on their way to Canada. And the good people of Wisconsin put their lives on the line to get those slaves through Wisconsin to Canada. The good people, not of Wisconsin, California, in 1940, that supported everyone that was in those camps. But bringing it back to Wisconsin, the civil rights movement, Father Groppe, right here in Wisconsin. When my parents came here, it was red line. They couldn't buy a house. They had to have someone of another race buy a house so they could move into the house. In 1964, in Neshoba County, Mississippi, 4 students were murdered fighting for civil rights. It's ordinary people who come together to fight the injustices of this world. And on January 22nd, right over there at Monona Terrace, all of us stood there to say, we're going to do something. And tonight, with this resolution, is the beginning, not the end. The fight goes on. And in the words of my favorite person, Ted Kennedy, with hair, he said in 1980 and repeated it in 2008, for all those whose cares we have our concern, the work goes on, the cause endures, the hope still lives, and the dream should never die. Thank you.
Thank you. Alderperson Eskridge.
Thank you. I just keep going in and out of the queue this evening, probably about 15 times now. And it's because this evening I am just more acutely aware than usual of the privilege and the power of my position. So all I'm going to say is that my most important job tonight is listening and then voting. So I'm just incredibly humbled by that, and I look forward to doing that.
Thank you. Alderperson Gruber.
Thank you, Alder Rivera. First of all, I want to thank the people that spoke here tonight, and I think what really was evident is that policies that we make, policies at the state and the federal level, affect real people. It's about humanity. And the policy is, of course, very important, and I'll talk about that, and I also want to talk about the humanity of it. I'd like to thank our council staff for being supportive of this, and I'm sorry that they weren't consulted right away about it, but after hearing about it, it seems like they've come on board. And I also support the amendment to add the libraries. I think that that's a very reasonable place to provide information to our residents. Talking about people, and I work in a school, and I have about 400 students that I teach every week, so I know pretty much all the students. But there's a little girl I knew she spoke Arabic, so I wanted to ask her. So the other day I asked her. Her family's from Iraq. nicest little girl. I mean, she's better behaved than the kids who are, from here, and great kids. She likes to mess up my hair and, tease me a little bit, but, so what I think is really important at this point, and we talked about the struggles of the past, thank you, Alder Carter, the struggles of the past are also the struggles of today, and someone in the past we can thank for what they've done. And I never thought that it would come to this, but it's come to this point where we have to go through this serious struggle at this point in time. And I think of it in terms of my children, my own children, and all the children I teach. What kind of world are we going to leave behind, and what is our future going to look like? And it's really up to us right now to make that change, to make that difference, so that we have this welcoming and open and inclusive city that we desire. Thank you.
Thank you. Alderperson McKinney to be followed by Alderpersons Wood and Aarons. Alderperson McKinney, you're recognized.
Well, it's interesting. I was going to call for the question, but I did not want to belabor the voice of. I call for the question.
Is there a second to call the question? It's moved and seconded to call the question, including someone that wished to speak. Okay.
Roll call,
Is there
please.
any objection to calling the question? Yes, there is objection. Okay. Those in favor of calling the question and proceeding to immediate vote on the amendment will say aye. Opposed, no. The motion is not agreed to. Alderperson Wood.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'll be quick to humor my colleague. I want to thank in particular some folks who may or may not be my constituents, but certainly work with them. There are a number of graduate students here tonight, postdocs and otherwise, who were quite open about their status as undocumented individuals, and that bravery really struck me. That's incredible. I am in awe of your courage, your determination, the work ethic, and the troubles and the obstacles all of you overcome on a day in and day out basis to try and better your own lives, your family's lives, and those around you. And that's incredible to me, the courage in particular, and I hope we keep that with us, not just tonight, but also as we move forward with whatever the repercussions may be of what I hope we're about to do. Thank you.
Alderman Aarons, you done?
Yes.
That was quick. Alderman Palm?
Oh, okay. I hope to be quick as well. Certainly, the passion and engagement of our community is what's going to preserve us for the next 4 years. The dedication, I'm overwhelmed by all the people who have come tonight, who have emailed us, who have communicated and certainly showed up at the United We Stand Forum to really lend their passionate voice. I know sometimes it can get frustrating in that that these issues are paramount to some people, that their very existence here in the United States is at issue, and it's hard to just sort of be screaming into the wind and not feeling that people are listening, or that you have a voice, or that you're part of our community, the very fabric of our community, that somehow someone's decided to relegate individuals to the periphery and shun them. And that's all the more reason for us to be so deliberative about bringing people into our community. I think there is a million ways that we can be more inclusive. I just commented to Alder Eskridge as we were being passed the form that asks you to register, and I go, is this form in a different language? The one we got was only in English, right? And so there are so many ways that we can continue to improve the access of your government to you as residents, as members of our community. And so I thank you and I applaud you all for being here. I'm honored to be part of this group that is considering this, but our work is just but a very small part of the continuum effort that we're going to have to sustain for many years, and that I want everyone to remember to take care of themselves, to take care of others, and to be, when you're up, to, be available to others who are down, and when you are down, reach out to others who can assist you. Thank you.
There's one more person in the queue, which is quite fitting. Alderman King.
And normally I would be the call the question person, so this is fitting. I just want to say one thing in terms of beyond the feel-goodness of this, which, and that is, I find it ironic that we live in a state where that is so hostile to the only place in the state driving any economic development for the entire state. Without Madison and our environs, our state would be negative on almost every category for the last 6 years. And there's a book called The Rise of the Creative Class, and it talks about the creativity dimensions, the places where people actually want to move to that drive the economics. And it's talent, technology, and tolerance. And the cities, fortunately, for some places like Seattle and Portland and San Francisco, they live in states that also understand that, but we don't. And Chapel Hill, North Carolina, drives North Carolina, the Research Triangle drives North Carolina's economy. They live in a state that doesn't get it. They'll fall under the weight of that eventually. So I think there's another dimension here to consider, in that this is good for our economy. It's good for the people that we want to attract to live here, in spite of what our state might think.
Thank you. No one else is in the queue. With that, we'll come to a vote. I think several times there was a request that it be a roll call vote. So if there's no objection, I'll do two things before we have a roll call. First, I'll note that nobody called upon the chief for any questions tonight, which tells me that we're in complete understanding on the matter. And secondly, while we're recommending reading, I will again suggest Professor Kramer's The Politics of Resentment, and the clerk will call the roll.
Alder Hall. Aye. Harrington McKinney. Aye. Aye. Kemble. Aye. King. Aye. Palm. Aye. Fair. Aye. Rummel. Aye. Skidmore. Aye. Verveer. Aye. Wood. Aye. Zellers. Aye. Aaron's. Aye. Balday. Aye. Bidarsila. Aye. Carter. Aye. Cheeks. Aye. Clear. Aye. DeMarb. Aye. Eskridge. Aye. Gruber. Aye. We have unanimous.
Unanimous aye vote. The motion carries. Thank you. Alderman Verveer. Oh, wait a second. We have to take one more vote. That was the substitute.
That was just to remind my colleagues and our friends here.
Wait
that wasn't the final vote.
Is it two more votes?
The vote that was just taken was on the Bidar amendment to include the Common Council office and the Madison Public Libraries together.
So
and
what?
So we still need a Bidar substitute and then final adoption as amended.
That was the, yeah.
No, it wasn't. Somebody moved it.
It was separate.
No, she moved it.
She did it twice.
She moved it as the original motion. She moved the substitute.
Didn't. She didn't. Let's just do it.
You did not?
No.
Somebody else had moved the original motion. Yeah.
I moved
All
the
right, in
original
that case,
motion.
we're going to have a voice vote on the substitute. All those in favor, aye?
Aye.
Opposed, no. Motion carries. Now we'll have a roll call on the real resolution as it to be adopted. And the clerk will call the roll.
Alder Hall. Aye. Harrington McKinney. Aye. Campbell. Aye. King. Aye. Palm. Sure. Aye. Fair. Aye. Rommel. Aye. Skidmore. Aye. Verveer. Aye. Woods. Aye. Zellers. Aye. Aaron's. Aye. Balday. Aye. Bidarsila. Aye. Carter. Aye. Aye. Cheeks.
Aye.
Aye. Clear. Aye. DeMarb. Aye. Eskridge. Aye. Gruber.
Aye.
Aye. We have unanimous yes vote.
Unanimous aye vote, motion carries. Alder. 5 minute? Is that a motion for a 5-minute
Yes.
recess?
I move a 5-minute recess.
Is there a second?
Second.
On the motion, all those in favor, aye?
Aye.
Opposed, no. Motion carries. The clerk will call the, committee will come to order, and the clerk will call the roll.
Alder Hall. Harrington McKinney. Kemble. King. Palm. Fair. Rummel. Skidmore. Verveer. Wood. Zellers. Aaron's. Balday. Bidarsila. Carter. Cheeks. Clear. DeMarb. Eskridge. Gruber. We have quorum.
Quorum present, council's back in session. I believe this takes us to item 4, our first public hearing. Declare a hearing open on item 4, a license for Laura Garden LLC. The recommendation to council is to deny because of the health, safety, and welfare of the community. And there's a public hearing. We have a registrant wishing to speak. Siwang Filian? Please.
Hi everyone, good evening. She's my chapter help me speak. So, OK， 这是我第3次来到这里过来，这是我第3次来到这里哈，心情是复杂的，也是开心的。
This is the 3rd time I have been here, and I have very mixed feeling.
当然也是开心的。
I feel very happy to see everybody again.
因为前2次有点紧张和害怕。
Previously, I have been here twice, and can you hear me okay? Previously, I have been here twice, and I was very nervous.
没有很好的表达自己。
I couldn't express myself clearly.
我现在还是很紧张。
And I'm very nervous now.
再一次来到这里，就是再一次争取你们的支持。
I'm here again, and with the hope that I can get your help and support.
因为我已经投入了30多万在这个餐厅。
I have been invested in this restaurant a lot. I invested $300,000.
在这么左前面、后面、左右都是餐厅和酒吧。
In this in this location, there's a lot of restaurant adjacent to my restaurant.
前后左右都是餐厅，是一个美食街。
And it's a food street basically, and my left and my right, in the restaurant on the right side and on the left side, it's all
是酒吧或餐厅。
bar or restaurant.
如果我的餐厅没有酒牌的话，很难经营下去。
If I don't get the alcohol license, it will be very difficult for me to manage the restaurant.
呀，当然也是亏损很严重了，就很难经营下去。
I will have a big loss, and would be difficult for the business.
因为呢，我一个月要支付一万多块钱的租金。
I have to pay over $10,000 dollars of rent each month.
Over 10,000. 说了。因为这些投资的钱呢，都来自银行贷款的。
And all the investment that $300,000 I put in, plus the rent I have to pay each month, is all I have to borrow from the bank.
所以呢，我想改变一下经营的时间，能够得到你的支持。我想改变一下经营的时间。
I would like to change the business time of this restaurant.
Hours 就是change work hours，改变 work hours 就是change那个营业时间。你说星期天到星期四。
I would like to have the restaurant open from Sunday to Thursday, 11 a.m. to 10 p.m.
星期五、星期六就是11点至2点。
Friday and Saturday, I would like the restaurant open from 11 a.m. to 2 p.m. To 2 a.m. in the night.
我想那个可能付的就是70% 的那个酒精是30%的。
I would like to have 70% food and 30% alcohol.
还有就是我想要说的很多，我已经email给了每一位。
I emailed many of you with what I wanted to say.
然后解释 ，explain 就是我解释，就是我想说，然后就是我能够理解他们说要支持更多的零售。
I understand your point that you support more retail on the street.
就是他们是想要推动更多的零售，对不对？但是我们呢，就是我们那是一条美食街，就是原本我那个店就是零售，所以造成就是美食街才造成关门的，就昨天我们讲的。
But I hope you understand from my restaurant's position, this location originally was a retail store and had to be closed because they didn't have enough business.
就是因为这是一条美食街，才造成那个零售关门。
Because I believe the street is mainly a food street.
所以那个零售就关门了，就没有办法进，就是反正就这样讲就说。
That's why
以前的零售商店关门了。
That's why the retail store did not survive in that location.
然后就是我很感谢你们，希望你们能够支持我，然后我愿意回答所有的问题。
I hope you can understand my position and support me. I'm ready to answer any questions.
非常感谢你们，非常感谢你们。
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Are there any questions? Any questions? There are no questions. Thank you very much. Discussion. In that case, we'll declare the hearing closed. There are no questions.
Thank you, guys.
Since we've got so many more hearings to go through, I'd like to have a motion on this item at this time, and we'll take it up. Is there a motion on the item? Is there a motion? Alderman Verveer.
Thank you, Mayor. I move to adopt the report of the Alcohol License Review Committee, which is to deny the licenses contrary to the health, safety, and welfare of the community.
Is there a second? Second. Motion and a second. Alderman Palm.
I guess I mean, this was an unusual circumstance, and I just wanted to sort of understand more. But I guess mostly, we've had, so I guess my question is, one, about timing, and two, about, I guess, where we are in sort of that discussion about State Street retail. I don't recall that a report was ever, was adopted. So maybe the alder of the district, but can you abbreviate a timeline as to when the applicant did some work and then filed for an application for a liquor license, so that I can understand the sequence? Thank you.
Alderwoman Zellers.
Okay, I'll try to answer those questions within my remarks on this. First, I am not able to support this license, and I'll mention 4 things that have led me to this. And I want to acknowledge that I have supported 3 other alcohol licenses on this block since I've been alder. 2 have caused no particular problems. 1 has. There's several reasons I'm not supporting this particular license, and I will talk about those not in any particular priority order. But one is the mix of uses on State Street. And so why am I bringing this up now, and I didn't bring that up for any of the other licenses that have come up since I've been alder in that area? On December 19th, the report Ensuring a Vibrant Downtown Retail Destination, a Retail Assessment and Strategy for Downtown Madison, was released by Tangible Consulting. The city had this report done, as I think everybody knows, largely because of the concern that State Street was changing from a balanced mix of uses to something more akin to a bar restaurant row, or as some have called it, Bourbon Street of the North. If as a city we believe that there is value in State Street having a mix of commercial uses, if we do believe that the well-being and the welfare of the downtown is better served by a mix of uses, then we need to take to heart the findings of this report. And it does, I'm not going to go through everything that was in there related to the retail. I did send a letter to the ALRC, but we have seen a steady decline in retail stores and service establishments, while bars and restaurants have more than doubled. The report notes that, in addition, that retail stores are not likely to recover commercial space from bars and restaurants very often in the current market. The economics of making that change are difficult after a commercial kitchen investment has occurred. And that brings me to my second point on this, and I think it gets in part to what Alder Palm was asking about. The applicant is making the argument, and it has been made by others, that a license should be granted in part because the expenditure has been made of $300,000 or more on a commercial kitchen and a remodel. And it does disturb me that anyone would basically feel that an alcohol license in our city is a done deal without actually getting a license, and would proceed to sink that kind of money into a property when they don't know whether they're going to get an alcohol license. I asked at the first meeting that I had with the applicant on November 28th at the site whether she owned the building, had an offer on it contingent on the alcohol license, or whether a lease was contingent on the alcohol license. And one reason I asked that was that apparently work had started on the space at that time, and she indicated that her family had purchased the building, that it was not contingent on getting an alcohol license. I believe that our alcohol licenses should not be pro forma. It cannot and should not be assumed that the license review process is not real, is not a rigorous thing. So simply because the applicant did not do her due diligence and has proceeded to spend what she has indicated is over $300,000 on a remodel, I don't think that should be entertained by the council as a reason to grant the license. My third concern that I'll mention is the saturation of alcohol licenses and licensed capacity in the area. It is high and poised to go higher. This is a block along with the 600 block of University Avenue that's had way more than its share of alcohol-related problems. Alder Verveer can speak more comprehensively to this issue, and I hope he will do so. But a couple of things, observations from me on this topic. As you heard stated by the applicant herself, there are currently many restaurants and bars near and around this area. Indeed, is a concentrated area of alcohol. In this single block alone, there is a bar and restaurant capacity of alcohol serving establishments of nearly 1,000 capacity, 998 or something like that, but very nearly 1,000 on this block. One of the other relatively recently approved restaurants on the block has been a police problem as a result of morphing into a bar entertainment venue in the late weekend hours. Given the very high density of alcohol outlets in this area and the high capacity and the problems related to alcohol consumption in this area, for the health, safety, and welfare of the community, I agree with the Alcohol License Review Committee that this license should not be granted. And again, Alder Verveer has more of a history about this than I do. And lastly, I want to address the issue of a voluntary limit on the hours of operation. The applicant, as you heard, is now raising that she is now willing to have a limit on the hour of operations. I really think this is too little, too late. First, the hours she's proposing on the weekend are later than what was noted several times at both ALRC meetings. And before that, when I first met with the applicant on November 28th, I raised the issue of an apparent conflict with her saying this is intended to be primarily a restaurant and then wanting to stay open every day of the week until bar time. She said she would continue serving food throughout, but was not willing at that time to consider an earlier closing time. Again, she was asked several times at both the 1221 and 118 ALRC meeting. I was not able to be at the 1221 meeting, but I did listen to the whole thing, about closing earlier than bar time. She did not voluntarily agree to the early closing time. And as I think everybody probably knows, the ALRC can only include the earlier closing time on the license if the applicant voluntarily agrees to that. And I do think it's rather disingenuous and certainly not voluntary to only now be saying she would close earlier, now after having been turned down for the license, and now after saying no time after time to earlier closing hours. And this is not voluntary and should not be entertained by the council as a reason to grant the license. I do know that Alder Verveer had some other issues that he did raise in the first ALRC meeting. that I don't have the firsthand knowledge about, and so I would leave that to him to raise those. But I am unable to support granting this license.
Thank you, Mayor. I take absolutely no pleasure in concurring with my colleague Alderperson Zellers and urging my colleagues tonight to deny the license application. I sympathize with the plight that the applicant finds herself in. I've talked to her one-on-one following the last ALRC meeting. She appeared before the ALRC twice in both December and January. And so following the January meeting, I did meet with her immediately afterwards here after the meeting, and appreciate that she's now willing to make some concessions that she was not comfortable making in the earlier appearances before the committee. I don't want to repeat the various well-placed rationale that Alderperson Zellers just articulated. I will certainly acknowledge the issue of a healthy retail mix on State Street, but that is not my primary concern with this application by any means. By the way, since it was asked, the council will be seeing the retail study report in a formal way. It will be introduced hopefully at the next council meeting and referred to various committees for their formal acceptance. So you will be seeing the retail study in a formal way in the coming months. Some of my colleagues might be asking, well, how is this any different than other previous alcohol license applications that the council, the ALRC and the council have granted, and the mayor has vetoed, and the council's overridden those vetoes? I would argue primarily the difference is that this is a full alcohol license that is being asked of us to grant. Those other two examples, Mad City Frites and Lots of Pizza, were not full alcohol licenses, but rather beer in the one case and beer and wine in the other case. This is a full alcohol license. Additionally, those other examples had percentage food proposed in their applications that was significantly higher than the 60% food estimated in this application. The 2 points that I made at the ALRC in arguing for the motion to deny the license were as follows. First, as Alderperson Zeller stated, I don't want to belabor the point, but as Chief Koval could certainly attest to us tonight, as he's still with us this evening, the 500 block of State Street is a problematic geographic area, to say the least, for the Madison Police Department on weekend evenings. I think all of you are well aware that the city for many, many years has appropriated additional problem-solving overtime funds to the police department with the expectation that they will have officers working extraordinary hours in the lower State Street area. The hot spots are the 500 block of State Street, 600 block of University Avenue, connected by the 400 block of North Francis Street. That's where these extra officers are almost always located on Friday and Saturday evenings on overtime. There's a reason for that. The other concern that I articulated at the ALRC, and I admit that it perhaps isn't fair to blame the applicant for the past deeds of some of her relatives, but those of us at the ALRC and certainly the Central District of the Police Department have had ongoing issues with other establishments that this family that owns the property that purchased the former American Apparel store have had, coincidentally, right across the street in an establishment known as Osaka House. They have been before the committee on numerous occasions for disciplinary proceedings involving the restaurant becoming a nightclub in the weekend evening hours. and that not being lawful in their case. So I have to admit, and I've said this privately to the applicant and certainly said this publicly at the ALRC meetings, but I have some significant concerns granting the license at this time, given that the property owner is the same owner of the property and former owner, at least as of now, of the establishment that caused the committee significant concerns because they were operating until bar time on weekend nights. The same family does admittedly have significant experience in our community managing restaurants, on significant property in the community, and this is the latest that they've added to their portfolio of land holdings at least. And I certainly believe the applicant when she states that she has a formal lease with other relatives and is paying rent monthly, but I just am not comfortable with this close connection at this time, given the very recent history we've had with the family. Not one, but two other restaurants in the 500 block of State Street, coincidentally. Lastly, let me just close by correcting something that was stated by the applicant in her testimony, and that is the insinuation that American Apparel closed because their business was so poor at 502 State Street in that iconic building. For those that aren't familiar, American Apparel, as I understand it, shuttered all of their retail stores nationwide. It was not anything specific about State Street in Madison than their decision to close. The granting of alcohol licenses might not seem like it at the from time to time here, given that the council very seldom spends time discussing alcohol licenses. It might not seem like it's a right and not a privilege. It might seem like it's a right to have, but it really is absolutely a privilege. And although this council and all the years I've served here has consistently over the years given great deference to the recommendation of the ALRC, and frankly 99% of the time, if not greater, the council spends very little time on alcohol license applications and readily ratifies the recommendation from the ALRC. I think it is important that we, from time to time, take the opportunity to realize what important powers we have in terms of granting and the regulation of these licenses. So I would absolutely concur in asking my colleagues to agree with the recommendation of the ALRC in this particular case, and appreciate the time that we are taking to hear this tonight. Thank you.
Thank you. I want to echo the comments made by Alder Zeller and Alder Veer on this. As a member of the ALRC, I listened to the arguments, and I find Alderman Veer's discussion very compelling, and that's why I opposed granting the license, and I urge you not to change our recommendation. I do think that one of the most important factors for me is problematic behavior in that part of town. Adding another large establishment like this is not going to help. It'll be more problematic for something that's difficult already. And I want to echo what Mike said, was that these are privileges. A license is a privilege, not a right, and I think we made the right decision.
Thank you. I appreciate the comments of both Alder Verveer and Alder Zellers. I want to make sure, and perhaps either or both of them can shed some more light on this. I want to make very sure that we are judging this applicant directly on the merits of the application and of the operation that's being proposed, and not on the, forgive the phrase, but the sins of others in the area or of family members that are not necessarily associated with this particular application. I think that would be a very troubling double standard. I think it's the reason that this council has affirmed previous grants of licenses in this area that the mayor has disapproved of. is because we want to make sure that we do not have a double standard, and that if we are going to change our policy of how and why we decide particular licenses in the State Street area or anywhere else in the city for that matter, that we do that as a matter of policy and not as a matter of a single application. I won't belabor the point because we've had this discussion 8 or 9 times or so on this council. So I'm hoping that some members of the LRC or others that may have more direct knowledge can speak to that issue. Thank you.
Thank you. I won't speak specifically of that issue, but more generally, I actually voted no to the denial, but I also support the fact that the vote of the committee, the ALRC was a vote of the ALRC, so I think that, the council should carry that vote. There was, 2 meetings in which we did have quite a bit of conversation about this applicant. So I'm not here to ask for any change than the recommendation of the LRC, but I do want to just take a moment to point out that this has been a very challenging situation and application for me to see unfold in our city process, because it's pointed out to really some systemic barriers that we have in really helping applicants who are applicants for an alcohol license, but they're really opening a small business in our city. Okay, so that's what they're doing. They're making an investment in opening a restaurant, a small restaurant, many of whom, connected to our previous conversation, are immigrants. And we do not have a really structured process for these people who want to make an investment in our city, who are thinking about the restaurant, to really get good advice and kind of talk through their ideas at the very beginning of the inception of the idea of them opening a restaurant, and hear about what all the potential kind of issues in the particular location could be, how they can think about resolving those issues, or whether there is like an issue that's not going to be able to be solved at all. So I just don't feel that we have, when we talk about small business, that we really include this very important group of businesses who are our restaurant businesses, and especially our restaurant businesses that are being opened by immigrant community members. So from that perspective, I hope that as we hire, I think what's not going to be a deputy clerk that's going to take over the alcohol policy issues, that we pay close attention on where this whole conversation should fit. Should it be within actually our economic development, and somebody should really kind of get the word out that, hey, if you want to open a restaurant, come to us. We'll talk to you as we talk to other small businesses that are wanting to open in our city. That's an important place for people to go, because by the time they come to ALRC, unfortunately, it's often too late in the amount of investment that they have made in their establishment. And it's not because they were purposefully trying to invest and then come and say, well, now it's done, please give us alcohol license. It's because there really wasn't anybody that was helping them from the beginning think through the potential issues and that they may have in wanting to open a restaurant. So again, I hope that we can really learn a lot from this experience. And another issue that suddenly was very apparent was our lack of comprehensive language access in the city, connecting back to a previous conversation. And that was a huge barrier for this applicant to really, I feel, get a fair and equitable understanding of all of these very difficult processes. So, and I will once again mention also that the whole issue of retail on State Street, if we want a moratorium, let's bring a proposal of a moratorium forth to this council for deliberation on that policy decision, and let's not use it for individual applicants, because I also don't feel that that's just a very fair and equitable way of doing things.
Before we go to the next three speakers, which is Alderman Verveer, Zellers, and Alderman McKinney, I'd just like the city attorney to review grounds for turning down a license.
I just wanted to pick up a little bit on what Alder Clear said. And I do think you ought to base this decision on the factors other than what other members of the family may have done in the past. To me here, there's a pretty tenuous connection. I believe they may own the building, but they aren't the applicant, aren't going to be running it. So I think the other factors are the ones you ought to base your decision on tonight and pretty much leave that one alone.
Thank you. Alderman Verveer, then Zellers, then McKinney.
Thank you. So to respond to Alderperson Clear's questions, first, let me say that I would ask the council to deny this based on the location only. Location, location, location. If this was an application for beer and wine or beer only or wine only, and they seemed like they would be a bona fide restaurant that would close at a reasonable hour, 7 days a week, I would support it. That's not the case that we have here. So you can all hold me to it in the future. If there is a location that isn't currently licensed to serve until bar time in the 500 block of State Street with the full liquor license, it's not just a sale of an existing business with a full liquor license that's open till bar time. You can remind me that I said on February 7th that I would oppose future licenses in the 500 block of State Street, given the very sensitive nature of what the realities are there on weekend evenings for our police department and for the community. Forget what I said about the applicant's family, but just to clarify, the applicant's family purchased the property for over $1 million a few months ago, and the applicant's family's previous nightclub manager I personally saw entering and exiting 502 State Street a few months ago. That's why I had to disclose to the ALRC, which all of us in the ALRC are well aware of the problems with this individual running the establishment across the street, that I wanted the committee to be aware. But I will say clearly and unequivocally, my opposition tonight has nothing to do with healthy retail on State Street. It won't have anything to do with the landlord and his past track record and so forth. This is all about location, 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 and the realities as the grounds to denial of health, safety, and welfare of the community. I think we all know this, but let me also just say, this applicant can open a restaurant without an alcohol license tomorrow, assuming that she's appropriately licensed to do so by building inspection, fire department, and most importantly, the public health department. So we are not voting tonight on whether or not a restaurant can be opened by this applicant. That's not before us. It's simply whether or not we will grant the privilege of serving alcohol at this establishment that I believe will open whether an alcohol license is granted or not. Thank you.
Alderwoman Zellers.
I agree with Alder Bidar that it would be very helpful to applicants to have an individual in the city who is very much versed in alcohol licensing, premise, the whole thing. It would also honestly help alders to have that. So I agree with that. To Alder's Clear's point, the inconsistency, and I mentioned this before when I talked, of the claim of restaurant and the dogged holding on to bar time closing, and the kind of license and the location, the 500 block of State Street, all contributed to my unwillingness to support this as a license. I don't think it's good for the health, safety, welfare of the community. Thank you.
Thank you. Alderman McKinney.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. I'm going to make this statement not keeping in mind my colleagues asking us to vote to support the decision of the ALRC, but I really want to support what I've heard earlier in this chambers when it talked about barriers to communication, when it talked about disorientation, and it talked about language. And I want us to be very clear about what we're doing. I understand the health of the neighborhood, and I'm not questioning that. But when you have a small business owner that has invested to the degree, and let me back up, and my colleague said that getting a full license, or the assumption of getting a full license is not privilege, not expectation. But when you've got a small business owner who invests $300,000 into a business, there needs to be some mechanism to help that individual to understand the fabric of the community, and it's been said before. And so I'm struggling with this because I know the work of the ARC, and I understand that, and I'm not questioning that. But I have to look at a small business owner who has made such a huge investment. And why did that person make that huge investment? The assumption that they were going to get a license, or no one told? I don't know that. But I walk away asking the question is that we have to really do better as we look to build small businesses in our community, because it's obvious there is an interpreter there. And so how are we supporting small businesses that come into an area who are already behind the 8 ball with disorientation and language and all of those things that go into making a good decision whether I'm going to invest in this particular place in order to put my business. And so I'm not asking to overturn the decision, but I am saying that we need to really begin to look at how we are supporting the growth of new businesses in an area, and especially those individuals who migrate here to start a business.
No one else is in the queue. If that's the case, we'll come to a vote. A aye vote is to uphold the recommendation of the committee, which is to reject the license. If that fails, it would be in order then for someone to make a motion to grant. But the motion before us is to deny. So on that question, we'll come to a voice vote. On the question, all those in favor, aye. Aye. Opposed, no. The motion carries. The report has been accepted, and the license has been denied. That is going to take us to quite a number of public hearings here. And at this point, we declare a hearing open on item 5. Oh, well, we had such a good time with it, I thought we'd do it again. I declare a hearing open on item 6, a public hearing on license doing business as Harry's Market, 555 West Flint. The hearing is open. There are no registrations. The recommendation. I'm sorry, no, we've completed the hearing and the item is no longer before us. I'm sorry, but excuse me, I'm sorry. We can't do any more, even the council members cannot speak on it at this time. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, but even the council members cannot speak on this at this time. So we'll go on to the hearing on item number 6, Harry's Market. Recommendation, the
I just want to work hard, just want to have a business.
Excuse me.
I moved to here. I live with my 10-year-old boy. I moved here. I go to bank and borrow over $500,000 come to here. I already invested over $300,000. City already improved.
Excuse me,
I know. I just please give me opportunity to speak.
I can't, no, I cannot allow it. It's against the rules. Even the council members are not allowed to speak. I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
Can you guys give me speak a few minutes?
There's no, Alderman Baldoff.
Yes, so I know she cannot speak to the resolution. Can she just speak so she speaks?
No, I'm sorry.
On no subject. I mean, for example, just so she can. Huh?
No.
No. So the voting is closed, right? So now she just want to vent and.
I'm sorry.
Is that possible?
Huh? Alderman Skidmore?
I move
What's
a
your
5-minute
point?
recess.
Motion is for a 5-minute recess. Is there a second? There is. On the question, all those in favor, aye. Aye. Opposed, no. Motion carries. We're recessed. Call the roll.
Alder Hall. Harrington McKinney. Campbell. King. Palm. Fair. Rummel. Skidmore. Verveer. Wood. Zellers. Aaron's. Balde. Bidar-Sila. Carter. Cheeks. Clear. DeMarb. Eskridge. Gruber. We have quorum.
Quorum is in, quorum. We have a quorum. Council's back in session. I'm going to do something very unusual, and on a matter of privilege from the chair, on a point of information, I'm going to advise the council to examine the date that was given by Alderwoman Zellers of her meeting in November, the dates of the ALRC meetings, and the dates that papers were filed in building inspection for various improvements to this site. Now, I think, what was I doing? Was I attempting to open a hearing on item 6? Yes. We'll open a hearing on item 6, Harry's Market, 555 West Mifflin. The recommendation of the council's to grant with conditions. The hearing is open. There are no registrations. Alderman Verveer.
Thank you.
Should I close this hearing?
Yes, please close.
The hearing is closed.
Thank you. I move to adopt the report of the Alcohol License Review Committee with its recommendation to grant with 7 conditions recommended by the ALRC, but as part of this motion, an additional 2 conditions, condition number 8 and number 9, that were at your places when you arrived this evening. For the record, I guess I shall recite those. So the 2 additional conditions that aren't already recommended by the ALRC that I'm asking as part of this motion to include are condition number 8, customer and delivery access to the store must be exclusively through the building entrance at the corner of North Bedford and West Mifflin Streets, and condition number 9, establishment must notify customers and vendors that parking is only available on street and is not permitted any time on private property.
Thank you, Alderman Verveer. So that's the motion to grant with those additional conditions as you articulated. Is there a second? There is a second. Discussion. Seeing none, all those in favor, aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Motion carries. Clear hearing open on item 7, doing business as Gloria's Mexican Restaurant. Recommendation of council's to grant. There are no registrations. Declare the hearing closed. Declare hearing open on item 8, doing business as AC Hotel Madison, 1 North Webster. Hearing's open. There are no registrations. The recommendation of the council is to refer and to recess the public hearing to the Alcohol License Review Committee. Item 9, declare a hearing open on Eno Vino Downtown Madison, 1 North Webster. The hearing's open. The recommendation of the council is to refer the recessed public hearing to the LRC. Could I have a motion to adopt the recommendations on 7, 8, and 9. Alderman Verveer.
Thank you. I move to adopt the report of the Alcohol License Review Committee and its recommendations for agenda item number 7. It is to grant the license, and for agenda items 8 and 9, it is to recess the public hearing and refer to the ALRC.
Motion and a second. Discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor, aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Motion carries. Item 10, declare a hearing open on approving a plan, specs, and schedule of assessments for Butler, Hamilton, BPW, Blount, Dayton, Melby, Mandrake, notes, da-da-da-da-da-da. Recommendation the council is adopt under suspension. We'll close the hearing, declare a hearing open on item, well, that's the report of the entire Public Works. Might as well take that motion now, Alderman Verveer.
Thank you. I move to adopt the report of the Board of Public Works and its recommendation, which is to adopt.
Is there a second? And note that we already suspended the rules on the motion. Discussion, seeing none, all those in favor, aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Motion carries. Item 11, creating a section of the ordinances to change the zoning of property at 6802 Ronald Reagan Avenue, 17th Aldermanic District. What did I miss here? Recommendation the council is adopt with conditions. There are no registrations, so we'll close the hearing. Item 12, declare a hearing open on an ordinance to clarify that automobile service station activities must occur inside a building and that the windows and doors to that building must be closed if working during evening hours. The recommendation councils to adopt. The hearing's open, the hearing's closed because there's no registrations. Declare a hearing open on 13, repealing and amending portions of 28-151 of the general ordinances. The recommendation of the council to adopt. There are no registrations, so we'll close the hearing. Declare hearing open on item 14, amending a section of the ordinances to allow entrances in mixed use and commercial districts to be oriented towards a private street. Recommendation to the councils to adopt. There are no registrations. Declare the hearing closed. Open a hearing on item 15 to require accessory buildings and structures to meet the requirements contained in 28.131. The recommendations of the councils to adopt. There are no registrations, so the hearing's closed. Let's take a motion on that portion of the report, items 11 through 15. Alderman Verveer.
Thank you. I move to adopt the report of the Plan Commission with its recommendations for agenda item number 11. It's to adopt with conditions, and for items 12 through 15, it is to adopt the zoning text amendments.
Is there a second? Motion is second. Discussion. Seeing none, all is in favor, aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Motion carries. Declare a hearing open on item 16 to amend a section of the ordinances to allow vehicle service sales and windows underneath buildings in various districts and to clarify the location of such windows. Recommendation of council is to adopt. Declare the hearing open. We have a registration from Nathan Watier supporting, and he's been sitting here all this time to answer your questions. Are there any questions of the registrant? Anybody? I hope you're charging by the hour. We will declare the hearing closed. So as to save his clients money, can we have a motion to adopt item 16?
So moved.
Is there a second? Motion and a second on the question. Discussion. Anybody want to Alderman Rummel, I'm sorry, I remember there is discussion.
Thank you, Mayor. I would like to discuss this. As you might see in the Register attachments, I wrote a letter to the Plan Commission. I really oppose adding the TSS district as a place to allow vehicle service sales and windows underneath a building. And if you looked at chapter 28, that describes the statement of purpose of the TSS district. It talks about encouraging pedestrian, bicycle, and transit use. It talks about diversification of uses, maintaining the viability of existing residential buildings, encouraging appropriate transition, facilitating preservation, development, or redevelopment consistent with the adopted goals, objective policies, and recommendations of the comp plan. And these are overly very broad statements, but it seems to me what a TSS district is not a car-centric zoning district. It's a people-centered zoning district. And I would urge you to consider whether this is the kind of use we want to see in these older neighborhood zoning areas, which comprise of Willie Street, in my district, Williamson, Atwood, Old University Avenue, Park Street, Monroe Street. So these old traditional commercial, neighborhood-serving commercial districts. And it just seems to me that taking up some portion of really valuable ground space to devote to car circulation and queuing and just using that for cars to get through a building just seems to run counter to the goals of this district. And I would urge you to, at least engage in debate, and I'm planning to vote against it. So thank you for listening.
Alderman Eskridge.
Thank you. And thank you, Alder Rummel, for those concerns. I am a sponsor of this and I do support it, and I ask you all to support this ordinance change. The key to this zoning text amendment in the way that I drafted it was to draft it as narrowly as possible, because Alder Rummel is right. The goal of the TSS district is to not be car-centric. And so you'll see that the amendment language requires that any windows be under buildings, be hidden from the street, and it requires that this only be permissible through conditional use. So that in and of itself allows for us to have the important conversations about appropriateness in particular locations. So the reason that this came to me was because there's a particular location in my district where I feel that this is an appropriate use, and actually is going to be a better use of land use, all things considered. When you think about the moving pieces that might result as a part of something moving to become a part of a different project, but that's besides the point. I think the point is that we drafted this very narrowly, and we drafted it to be a conditional use so that we could take into account those important considerations of place and space. And I believe that that's why the Plan Commission supported it, and I appreciate their support, and I hope you all will support as well.
I've got some questions. Do you mind my asking them from the chair? I don't know who from planning staff should answer these. Give you a bevy of microphone opportunities. My question is this: how broad is this? In other words, can this be used by a financial institution, a pharmacy, a restaurant, a dry cleaner, just about any kind of company, or can it be restricted to one kind, such as just financial services?
So the way the text is currently written, it's not limited to any certain use. There would need to be a change to the text in order to limit it to a more specific set of uses.
Can that be done in this substitute amendment, or would it have to go back for a re-referral? It would have to go back? Okay.
What? I think it can be done this evening by the council. I mean, the Plan Commission considered it and forwarded their recommendation. It was not a unanimous vote, but I think the council could make a change to the text amendment. I guess I defer to the city attorney if he thinks this needs to go back to Plan Commission, but my understanding is that the council could make that change.
Okay.
Sorry that I don't know. Okay.
Okay, that's all my questions. Alderwoman Rummel?
I'm certainly open to hearing that maybe one use is better than a wide open set of uses, but it strikes me that what this does is changes our zoning code for one business's needs that is moving to the TSS district when the use they have intended is not allowed. And so if we're gonna allow one business to change our zoning code, I just think that's a question that at least you all know that that's what you're doing, that could impact all these districts. And so at some point in my letter, I mentioned the historic district. And in some level, that's more protected than any of the other parts of the TSS district, because a building that would be a new building, presumably, and it would come in with this underneath thing, and depending on how it was designed and face the street, it would get reviewed by the Landmarks Commission. But that oversight doesn't go with all the other places that this would be allowed. And I just think you want like all those different drive-throughs in your neighborhood shopping streets. And I guess I don't really think that's, to me, adding more curb cuts, more conflicts with cars and people is what I see the vision of that district.
Alderman Eskridge, then Alderman King.
All right, just one additional point, and it's kind of in response to your question, Mayor, about, what uses would be permissible. The whole point is that this would go through a conditional use process where the applicant, the alder, the neighborhood, and ultimately the plan commission would make a decision about what use would be appropriate. This just allows the opportunity for that to happen, and I think that's a really important distinction.
Alderman King.
So speaking on behalf of the Plan Commission in that debate, we talked about all of this, and really what it came down to in the discussion with staff was the landscape of those TSS streets that Alder Rummel talked about leaves actually, in reality, very few opportunities for this to become a reality, regardless of what the use is, just based on the architecture of the streets and what is demanded under the written language here in terms of making it permissible. So we felt that it adds that flexibility in the future. We have the conditional use language to review it, and it felt relatively safe. We looked at the landmarks ordinance where they have, as Alder Rummel pointed out, an additional layer of review to make sure that those elements are safeguarded. So in reality, that's why the Plan Commission ruled the way it did. And I would urge the council to uphold the Plan Commission's recommendation.
Now I've got another question. Heather, does this have one curb cut on Monroe Street and loops around? Are there two curb cuts, one on Monroe and one on the side street? Or is there one curb cut on the side street?
So just to be clear, this amendment tonight isn't related to the specific site. It would simply allow this to be asked for as a conditional use, and so the details would need to come back before the Plan Commission at a later date. Now, what we've seen in the conceptual plans, I'll look to Matt for some input on this. They've been able to show us a couple different plans for this mixed-use building on Monroe Street, one of which just has parking underneath and not a drive-through facility, and then an alternative plan that shows the circulation pattern for the drive-through window. And then
Sure, so I don't recall exactly the final decision that this group chose, but this lot is served by an alley. This side of Monroe Street is served by alley. Not all TSSs have alleys, but it is a corner lot, and the driveway is either going to be pulled off of the alley or off of the side street, not the primary street.
It won't be off of Monroe Street.
No, it will not be off of Monroe Street. The requirement is that the drive-through facility be behind a commercial space, entirely behind commercial space that is along the primary street frontage, which in this case is Monroe Street.
I just want to be clear, there is no specific development in front of you tonight. This is a zoning text amendment that would apply to any development that was in the zoning areas that are listed. So TSS, MC, CCT, CC districts. This would allow under-building drive-throughs in these districts in this zoning text, but it would have to go back in front of, any development would have to go back in front of the Plan Commission for a conditional use to make this happen. So the discussions about specific developments are not pertinent here in terms of this zoning text amendment.
Further discussion on the question? I guess I'm the only one who's got anything to say about it besides Alderwoman Rummel. Let me just say that if this is adopted, I'm going to ask the planning department staff to further look at this and maybe bring in some amendments to tighten it up more than it is. I just want to make that clear. A further discussion, seeing none. Alderwoman Rummel.
I would then like to make a motion to amend. I have to find my language. That H in the TSS district, vehicle access sales and service windows shall only be accessory to a bank, comma, financial institution use.
Is there a second to the amendment? Is there a second? Motion and a second. Alderman Rummel, you have the floor.
I mean, I think it's a little disingenuous to say there's nothing before us and this is just a zoning text amendment when in fact we have an attorney in the audience presumably representing the financial institution that would like this change. So I just want to like call that out. I mean, it's not just sort of like, oh, let's change the ordinance. It could be better because there's no other reason to change it other than to help somebody get a use that they would like to have. And so I think this would be a compromise. I don't really support it at all, but if we're going to open the door, let's open it to the one use that is maybe hopefully a credit union.
Further discussion. Alderman Eskridge.
So I don't have a particular problem with the amendment, but I do have a general concern about our process here and policy decision making, because we shouldn't, to Natalie's point, we are not reviewing a particular application right now. We are allowing the possibility of reviewing applications in the future, and I understand that it came about because there's a particular development. That's how these things come forward. That's how we find flaws and challenges to our policies, and then we decide if we need to change our policies or not. I felt that this was a time that we could change our policy in an appropriate and very confined way. So I don't want this to die because of, support or not support of this particular amendment, because it serves the original purpose, but I don't think it's the right process for us to use. So I just struggle with that, and I think I still support that we just uphold the original direction of the Plan Commission, but to quote Alder King, it's not a hill I'm willing to die on.
Alderman King, then Zellers.
Well, I'm not dying on it either. But I just want to echo what she said from a Plan Commissioner's perspective. We just circularly arrived at a project-based decision, which we should not be doing. So if the mayor wants to direct the planning staff to look at this and tighten it up because we failed as a plan commission to consider those alternatives, which I think that we did, which is why we approved it the way it was, then that's okay. But I don't think that we should be tightening it on the floor based on a particular project. I think that's bad policy.
Alderwoman Zellers, then Carter.
I agree with Alder King. I cannot support this amendment. I mean, my preference would be a pharmacy. I mean, so why a financial institution? Is a pharmacy that much worse? I mean, we've got people that are sick, they need to get their medicine, and they might not be able to ride their bike. So I can't support that the amendment.
Alderman Carter.
Is it proper that I can move to refer this?
You want to refer the entire matter?
Yes.
It is referral is always, not always, but virtually always in order, and in this circumstances it is. Yes, what you'll end up doing is referring the amendment and the main motion. That was a motion to refer, and I heard a second from Alderman Ahrens. Motion before us is referral to the Plan Department. Well, they'll have to figure it out. The motion is referral. There, Plan Commission and staff. There is a second. Discussion on referral. Alderman King. Notice each time we have different motions. You can
Please
speak again.
don't refer it.
Further discussion. Anything more eloquent than that? On the question of referral, all those in favor, aye? Aye. Opposed, no? No. That's really close. We'll have to have a roll call vote. I'm sorry. If I could have called it, I would. It's another one of those 9-9 votes in my mind.
Alder Hall. No. Harrington McKinney. No. Kemble. Yes. King.
No.
No. Palm. No. Fair. No. Rummel. Yes. Skidmore. No. Verveer. No. Wood. No. Zellers. No. Ahrens. Aye. Balde. Aye. Bidarsila. No. Carter. Aye. Cheeks. No. Clear. No. DeMarb. No. Eskridge. No. Gruber. Aye.
6 ayes, 14 noes. No, the only thing that happened is the silent people all voted no. Now, where were we? I just want to get where we are parliamentarily. That was referral, so before us is the amendment of Alderwoman Rummel's
I'll withdraw the
amendment. That's the property of the body. So first, we'll have to ask your second. Does the second agree? And is there any objection? The body accepts the withdrawal. We have the main motion before us. Discussion? Seeing none, we'll come to a voice vote. All those in favor, aye. Opposed, no. Oh, come on. I know which way it's going, but it was still 5-3. All those in favor, aye. Opposed, no. Motion carries. Thank you. Item 17, declare a hearing open on an amendment to the ordinances to allow contractors' business with showroom or workshop in all employment districts. The recommendation of council is to adopt. Hearing is open. There are no registrations. The hearing's closed. Declare hearing open on 18, amending the ordinances to add co-housing community as a permitted use in suburban employment. The hearing's open. The recommendation of council is to adopt. There are no registrations. The hearing's closed. Declare hearing open on 19 to allow residential driveway width extension. The recommendation of council is to adopt. With the hearing open, we'll now close it since there are no registrations. Declare hearing open on 20 to change the definition of lot areas so that areas designated as wetlands or reserved by easement to the public cannot be counted in the overall lot area calculation. The hearing is open. The recommendation of the council is to adopt. There are no registrations. The hearing is closed. And now we will take an amendment, a motion on items 17 through 20. Alderwoman DeMarb, let me first get an motion.
It's fine.
Alderman Verveer, can we have a motion to adopt those items?
I move to adopt the report of the Plan Commission and its recommendation, which is to adopt the various zoning text amendments, agenda items 17 through 20.
Thank you. Do you want to pull separation on 18?
Please.
We have separation on 18, on 17, 19, and 20. All those in favor, aye. Aye. Opposed, no. Motion carries. We have a motion now before us on separated item 18. Alderwoman DeMarb.
Thank you. I have questions for Mr. Tucker. Or at least a question for Mr. Tucker. Mr. Tucker, could you please explain to me what this would look like in a suburban employment or a traditional employment district to have co-housing community with no other co-housing communities around it?
Well, it would look just like any other residential building that is allowed in that zoning district, because co-housing is just a way that you own property. So a multifamily building and a mixed-use building are two building types that are allowed in that zoning district. And this amendment would allow them to be owned as a co-housing community consistent with the definition of a co-housing community. It'll look no different.
All right. And so could you describe for me where a suburban employment or a traditional employment or a suburban employment center or employment campus districts are in our city?
Well, they're everywhere. There are employment districts. They're the districts that they vary from the East Rail corridors where the traditional employment is predominantly located to edge locations. For University Research Park 1 is a suburban employment zone property. It varies greatly. The question about whether or not the use, the residential use, is appropriate or not there is the reason why it's a conditional use, and this does not change that. It just allows for the ownership type of co-housing community to be an option.
Okay, and this couldn't slip over into an industrial district, right?
No, it does not change the status of allowing residential uses. It's just the definition of co-housing, which is a way that you own property.
Okay, thank you.
Further discussion on the question? Is that you, Alderwoman Kemble, or Judith?
That is. I would like to be recorded as recusing myself from this.
That will be noted. Further discussion? Seeing none. On coming to a vote on item 18, all those in favor, aye. Aye. Opposed, no. Motion carries. That takes us to item 33. Alderman Verveer.
Move adoption of the resolution.
Thank you. Is there a second? There is. Item 33 is before us. We have two registrations. First registration is Mitchell Bray. Mitchell?
It's not here.
Brenda Conkle.
As Ms. Conkle's coming forward, if I could just confirm that my motion would be to adopt the substitute resolution, Mayor.
To adopt the substitute. That's been clarified. Thank you.
Thank you.
So I don't know exactly why I'm so offended by this, but I'll just explain. I'm really surprised that we would give authority to a corporation who agreed to sell some land to us to have such a huge influence on what happens in such a large area of our city. This seems like an unprecedented thing to do. And I can't imagine us like handing this over to other corporations in the future. I feel like we're opening the door to something that is really unusual. And so you guys should be the ones deciding if we're going to expand our uses in the future, our municipal uses. I don't think that we should hand that over to the private sector. And so I just feel like there's just something at my core that just bothers me about that. But I also have something else to say about it, because I used to be the alder in District 2, and District 2 is very different from District 6. District 6 had a lot of planning and a lot of discussion about what they want their uses to be, and MG&E was involved in a lot of those discussions. On the other side of East Washington, it's completely different. Tenny Lapham neighborhood worked for years to try to get some planning done in that area. They never got in the queue to get the planning department to allow them to do it, so they did it themselves. So there's a totally different styles of planning that went on both sides of the corridor. And while in District 6, maybe you feel comfortable that MG&E is on the same page with those plans, I don't feel at all comfortable, based on what I know about District 2, that on the other side of East Washington, MG&E knows what's good for that side of East Washington. I just feel like that those conversations did not happen in that same kind of concentrated, in-depth, years and years and years of planning kind of way. And so I feel like the north side of East Washington just shouldn't be included. When you think about, should MG&E get to have a lot of influence over what happens down by Bird Jones Field, it kind of just doesn't make a whole lot of sense to me. So it seems like the area should be narrowed if you're going to do this. I mean, I just disagree fundamentally at the core, but I really disagree about, District 6 is more about employment. The other side is about housing. And that's the way we did the planning when we did it for the East Washington corridor. And I just feel like MG&E shouldn't decide what happens over on the other side of the street. The other thing I feel very strongly about is I think you need to define what municipal uses are. I heard the conversation at Board of Estimates, and I'm very concerned. Does this mean if it says municipal uses, it doesn't say City of Madison uses. So does this mean that if the day center wants to expand and build where they currently have parking in that lot, that MG&E would be able to have a bigger influence on what happens on that site? Or what if Salvation Army decides to do something with their site? If the city has a huge investment in that, is that a municipal use or not? And the other thing, I just feel like this is limiting nonprofits. This says that the city will take actions to encourage private taxable uses. Does that mean that nonprofits are sort of like, forget it, you can't expand in this area? It feels very limiting. So the last thing is, if you look at it, it says they're going to approve the MOU. That's something similar to what this resolution says. That also feels kind of not good to me, because it feels like I don't know what you guys are approving. So thank you.
Thank you. Are there questions of the registrant? Seeing none. Discussion? Discussion? Alderman Aarons?
Yeah, I raised these issues at the Board of Estimates as well, that this is really an extraordinary power, and that we're giving to one corporation, something that we don't give to any other individuals. We don't give it to any other governments, any agencies, anything of the kind. We're laying out this power to one particular corporation, a corporation that has certainly a mixed record at best in terms of how it treats the city and how it treats its ratepayers within the city. But even if it was a great corporation, even if it was the most wonderful, philanthropic organization that's ever come before us, there's still no point or no privilege that we would give one particular corporation the right to veto how we develop a substantial part of the east side of our city. It's just sort of fantastic. And I think that if this was put to any number of citizens or anyone, people would realize or see that it's react that this is, to use the phrase, it just doesn't pass the smell test here. I mean, I think the one of the things that is raised by Ms. Conkle in her remarks is that, one, what does the municipal refer to here? We don't know what that is. We don't know to what degree this so-called veto power or advisory power, how it can be sustained, whether it has any kind of legal authority to it, what its impact is on not just expansion of a day center, but the discussion that's now taking place in the county of using the Messner site as, I think, housing there, low-income housing, and whether the city would play a role in that. Would we be barred from doing that? So I think there are
not just questions here, but even those things that are not questions here are things that should be struck from this particular agreement.
Alderwoman DeMarb, then Zellers, then Rummel.
Thank you. I guess I have some similar concerns, and I would like to ask the sponsors why they're sponsoring language, the city will not plan other new city uses within the Capital East District without consulting MG&E. It just doesn't make sense to me, but I respect my colleagues, and I'm assuming that there are real good reasons for this.
Alderwoman Zellers.
I would like to ask Attorney May to respond to some of the questions that have been raised, and then ask Mr. Mikolajewski also to comment on some of the discussions that have gone on with MG&E and procurement of that property and what exactly we're looking at there. Thank you.
Thank you. I think we want to be pretty clear on what we're committing ourselves to in this and what we are not. For example, we're going to enter into an MOU. We're going to outline what some of our future uses might be in the district. We don't give MG&E a veto power. There's no veto power in here. It says the city will consult with MG&E before it plans other uses. So we go and we consult with them. They tell us what they want, and then we go ahead and do what we want. So there's no veto power here. It says the city will not plan other new city uses within the capital district without consulting MG&E. So it's consultation. There's no veto authority. Second, some people object to the city taking actions that will encourage private taxable development. I'm not quite certain why you would object to that. It doesn't say anything about not also encouraging other nonprofit development or any other kind of development in the district. It simply says it's a good idea to have taxable property, and we should encourage that. And the final line in this section says, no matter what else we put in any MOU, the city is free to take any action contrary to the MOU that it determines to be reasonably necessary for the health, safety, and welfare of the public. So my view is, I don't know the background as to why we've got this stuff in here about consulting with MG&E, et cetera, and maybe Mr. Mikolajewski can explain that. But I think we've got the language down in legal terms where it's basically a commitment to MG&E that will let them know what's going on in the district, so that they can, they're aware of what we're going to be doing there. That's my view of it. So,
thank you. Did I hit?
Yep.
Yeah, I was just stretching for his microphone button. Matt?
So with regard to the question of sort of the origin of this language within the MOU and as part of the negotiations for the purchase of this property, by way of background, as I think many of you are aware, MG&E has long been an active partner in the various planning efforts that have been occurring within this district for the past 15 years at this point. And in the course of the conversations with these negotiations, you know, they're going to be selling a portion of their holdings to us to facilitate the construction of this garage, in part because they're excited about the opportunity that provides the city to increase the amount of density on the 800 South block, which is directly on East Washington Avenue. So they're doing this in part to really help facilitate a vision that they share with the city to help maximize you know, redevelopment potential within this district. In that vein, and as part of those conversations, they brought to our attention that you know, as they are reducing their footprint and potentially in the future will further reduce their footprint within the district, it would be their preference that the city not expand its footprint in the district over time. We recognize in here that there are a number of city activities that will be occurring within the district. They recognize that at the end of the day, as Attorney May mentioned, they do not have any veto authority over what the city does. However, they asked that should the city in the future contemplate a future municipal use, which is to say a city building of some type, that the city reach out to them and consult with them. Again, the language that will be included within the MOU would state that if the city finds it's in the best interest of health, safety, and welfare, that we can disregard that. But they've just asked for the courtesy that we reach out to them and have a conversation along those lines.
Does that satisfy? Alderman Rummel?
All the people sort of answered the big questions, I think. But I did want to just clarify one point. Somebody, Brenda asked if we invest money in, say, the Salvation Army, is that a municipal use? The city attorney May said, shook your head no.
No, I don't think it's a municipal use, and I don't think it's barred by any of the other provisions in here. That if we wanted to assist the Salvation Army or have some low-income housing or whatever the county is planning on doing it with Messner's.
And so former Alder Kunkel is somewhat correct that a lot of the planning in Kenny is not as extensive as the planning in Marquette, and actually kind of got planning fatigue over my decade before I got on the council, but it's worth it because you really get invested as a group of people working through issues and plans. So I would think that if anyone looked at the Capital East build plan or the land banking where we purchased the properties for Don Miller, or even prior plans like the Eastville Corridor Plan, it pretty much clearly outlined the goals to create an employment district. And at some point when we early on hired Vanderwall to help us reposition the district, they provided a stunning report. It's still imprinted in my mind, how much property there was that didn't even seem like it would ever be rented. So it was like an underused district, a lot of vacant office space, a lot of city back of the house functions, and it looked pretty grim at that point, but we kind of hunkered down and started planning, and I think the land banking was the key thing that started to turn everything around. So at some level, when I first saw this, I just asked Matt, like, what? But we talked about it, and I believe that it is just a consultation. They have been involved in at least the south side really in depth, maybe less so on the north side of the avenue, but I don't really see them as being an entity that wants to interfere. But I think, it's just, you can object to it, but I think it's okay. I am okay with it. The final thing that no one really asked about that other people have asked me about is about the environmental remediation in phase 2. So Matt, can you help us, can you just walk us through what like MG&E did and what we're taking on as purchaser of this property?
Sure. So MG&E completed a phase 1 and phase 2 environmental assessment for the property. The phase 2 environmental assessment included taking soil samples, and the soil samples revealed that there is contamination on the property that's consistent with what we've seen in other properties in this part of the city. So a lot of metal-based contaminants that are likely due in part to the historic fill that was used to fill in the East Isthmus many, many years ago. The appropriate solution to mitigate that contamination is to cap the site. This is what was done for the Galaxy and the Constellation projects. The parking structure actually serves as a very good cap, and effectively that will be the remediation within clean fill inserted into areas where there's landscaping around the perimeter of the garage. Any fill that needs to be removed from the site, such as for foundations, will be hauled to a landfill. There are a couple of remaining areas of some additional environmental due diligence that'll be completed. First, the DNR is asking that a couple of groundwater monitoring wells be installed, just so that we can monitor the groundwater over time. Again, there was no indication that anything had reached the groundwater, but those wells will be installed. We, as part of our comfort level as a city, asked MG&E, and MG&E has given us the go-ahead to do some additional near-surface testing for PCBs. There have been no PCBs discovered on the site to date. However, if there were PCBs on the site, that could increase the cost of remediation. So as part of this negotiation with MG&E, we will be completing some additional 0 to 2 foot testing for PCBs. Finally, I should mention that in the course of the design of the structure, as noted in this resolution, we haven't finalized the specific site, although we're zeroing in very closely. I should say the size, the exact configuration of the rectangle, although we're getting very close in our work with the engineering firm that we've hired to do this. It appears that we're going to be moving slightly to the south of where we originally had planned, so we'll likely be doing some additional soil testing in that area just to confirm that the soil there is again consistent with what we found elsewhere on the site.
Thank you. One final question is, in that first sentence under number 7, where it talks about the MOU, and in that first sentence it mentions that we would talk with them about any anticipated retail use in the parking structure. Do they have specific concerns about any type of retail use, or is this just a general, hey, so-and-so is interested in renting, what do you think?
They didn't have, there wasn't a specific retail use that they were concerned about. They're very supportive of retail within the parking structure. Given that they do have operations immediately adjacent to the site, they again just have asked us to consult with them on what type of retailer we start to enter into negotiations with, just to make sure that there would not be a conflict with their operational capacity immediately next door.
Thank you.
Alderwoman DeMar.
Oh, thank you. So, does the Capital East District actually go from Blair to First Street? Is it that big? Yes. And the lot that the city is wanting to put the parking structure on is on South Livingston and East Main? Is that sort of in the middle of this? Or it's west, right? I mean, the Capital East District goes a long way past this. It just seems peculiar to me that we would use the Capital East District in this language instead of like land being purchased or land surrounding the purchase. And when Attorney May says, well, they don't have any rights, and this is legally sound because it's consulting, but it's still every time, and that's city staff time. It could be plan commission time. It could be all this time. I just don't know why we would give them all of this leeway to ask for, to be consulted with. The entire Capital East District does not make sense to me. Thank you.
Alderman Ahrens.
I was mistaken in terms of the characterization of this as veto power. So I want to correct that. It's not veto power. It's consultative relationship on this major part of the east side. Matt, do you know of any other purchase agreement where we've given a seller this kind of consultative power on the vastly beyond its particular property, but the property is just part of one block on the west side of the Capital East District, but they have veto power from Blair to First, and what are the north-south coordinates of that?
The north would be Dayton, and south would be Wilson or the Cap City Trail.
I see. So does have we done this with any other entity where we've given them consultative power that we have to review what it is that we would like to do with them?
Not to my knowledge.
Why wouldn't MG&E, why would they oppose any municipal activity, further municipal buildings or activity in their district, in the Capital East District?
It's not necessarily that they would oppose it. I mean, and that's the reason for the consultation. If the public deemed that there was a necessity, for example, to have a new police station in this district, and MG&E agreed that we need a new police station in this district, it's not to say that they would oppose having a new police station in this district. It's, again, the concept of consulting.
You said they were concerned about further municipal construction in the district.
They're concerned about.
What are they concerned about? I just, this is our second conversation about this, and I feel like we keep going around and around and around.
Their concern.
What are they concerned about?
Their concern is that at a time when they're going to be ramping down their uses within the district, that they don't want to see, or would prefer not to see, the city ramping up significant municipal uses within this district.
Well, if they're ramping down and their, quote, footprint is shrinking and so on, why are they concerned about the city ramping up?
Because on many levels, it is most efficient for them to maintain all of their operations at this location because of its central location.
Yeah.
And so from their perspective over time, it's not necessarily most efficient for their operations to move some of their facilities out of this district, but they see the benefit to the broader community and to the city for doing so.
Well, I guess this is sort of, we could speculate on this, but it seems like an odd position to take when they've done everything possible to support a 2,500-seat concert facility. The other pieces of this, the American Family part, and what's hoped to be all the adjacent other development near that, for them to say, but we don't want the city to do any construction here, or for the city to expand its operations all the way to First Street. You get this sort of, it just doesn't fit.
I guess I would respectfully disagree.
It does fit that they're right adjacent to their properties. They're putting in a 2,500 square foot, 2,500 seat facility, and they expect more development to be around that. But when it comes to development elsewhere that might be municipal, they're opposed to that.
The question is not development near their uses. The question is what form does that development occur? And they are very supportive of seeing private redevelopment within this district.
But if it's going to be public, then they have to be talked to about it.
That's what they have asked, yes.
Yeah. Thank you.
Nobody else? Oh, okay.
Yeah, I just want to add that from MG&E's standpoint, they want to see the development of this district and the increase of economic development, tax base, and utility users. And as they begin to move their operations to less proximate spaces, so that they can see this area develop for things like the entertainment use and offices use, They would rather not see the city expand the back of our house, which is more bus barn, more water utility, more TE, because they would like to see these properties become higher, more dense, tax-paying, electric-using sites. And so it's really this discussion about the East Washington corridor has been their back of the house and our back of the house. And they're making a contribution to move this towards an employment center. And they would like us to also have that motivation.
No one else is in the queue. We'll come to a vote. Motion is to adopt. On the question of adoption, a voice vote. All those in favor, aye. Opposed, no. Motion carries. That takes us to 74. Is there a motion?
Move adoption of the fourth substitute ordinance amendment.
Motion is to adopt the fourth substitute. Is there a second? Is there a second? Motion and a second. Discussion. We have registrations. First registrations from Brenda Conkle. She'll be followed by Patricia Lacard.
So this time I'm actually representing the Homeless Services Consortium. I did the legislative update for them today, and I passed out a copy of this ordinance. And I showed them the list of streets that was in the ordinance, and I told them about the 200-foot rule. And they were extremely concerned that they would have no clue how to explain this to our clients. So they're like, what are we supposed to tell people? And I said, I don't know. And then I told them about the 60-day delay and that there will be a plan filed. But they didn't seem like that was going to address their needs at all. They feel like this is just way too complicated to be able to help people understand what the ordinance is, because that list of streets doesn't, it may make sense to people who are involved in the city, who are city planners, who deal with these types of issues on a more regular basis, but it doesn't make sense to the average person who is getting paid $12 an hour and has to explain this to their client. So it's just confusing to them. So I wanted to convey that. The other thing is we do have a statement that we sent to you last July, I believe, and I don't remember which version of the ordinance was in place at that point or not, but they wanted me to read our statement again to you, so I'll do my best. The Homeless Services Consortium writes to register its strong opposition to Mayor Paul Soglin's latest efforts to criminalize homelessness and poverty in Madison. The mayor has proposed two troubling pieces of legislation: one, an ordinance prohibiting individuals from lying down or sleeping on public sidewalks in the downtown Madison during daytime hours, and two, an amendment to the Madison General Ordinances to remove references to the purpose of approaching a vehicle and making it illegal to approach the front or side of a vehicle in operation on the highway for any purpose. This amendment, I didn't write this. This amendment is a thinly veiled attempt to criminalize individuals seeking support from their community through panhandling on local roadways. We oppose both these ordinance amendments and request the mayor to withdraw them. Alternatively, we ask that the committees to which they have been referred and the city council to vote them down. As a community, Madison and Dane County have been making some important strides towards ending homelessness. We applaud the city's stated commitments to housing as a human right, housing first, and new funding commitments and strategies to spur affordable housing development. We celebrate the opening of Rescue Terrace and the street outreach team that efficiently moves so many chronically homeless people into permanent housing. It is especially frustrating to see criminalization proposals come from the administration that knows that the real solution to homelessness is permanent housing. Guidance from the Department of Justice and the Department of Housing and Urban Development compels us to reject criminalization and pursue lawful, effective, and compassionate solutions to homelessness. HUD has released a NOFA, a Notice of Funding Availability for the Continuum of Care program, which awards, look in your email, last July, we sent it to you. You know where we're going with this, but it does end by saying, we'd like more communication on these issues. We would really like to discuss these up front, talk about what the problems are, and help come up with the solutions instead of always responding to solutions where it looks like we're just opposed to everything. We would like to actually be a part of the conversation that actually helps solve some of the issues that we're having in our community.
Patricia, okay.
everybody's tired. I am, and I'm homeless. Well, I have been because of, I'm a crime victim in 2001. And I came back to Madison to try to get back on my feet. This was 2012, the years kind of, and I had a Section 8 voucher from Richland County, the CDA, the Community Development Authority, which does the Section 8 program here in the city. They didn't, they said they would absorb the cost from Richland County, which left it open for somebody else there. For me to come to Madison, because I got back to see my psychologist, things were going better. I like it here. Now, that's the issues I face. I would just ask that maybe, I don't like living at Porchlight. There's an element there that scares me, and the one good thing is that the police have been wonderful for me, and I'm trying really hard. I would like to, for myself, get an apartment with my Section 8 voucher. I feel that they made some administrative errors in their decision not to give it to me, and it's been hard for me. I haven't been able to get, you know, any avenues. I mean, the good thing about Porchlight, and they've been very good to me, I'm across from the law school, so I go over there a lot. But I'd really like to have that back. It gives me a chance to do what I want to do. I just don't want to be on disability anymore. I want to be what I used to be when I lived in Madison on Schlimgen for 14 years and saved my money and was hoping to buy that place. But when that happened to me, it didn't happen, you know. I didn't blame anybody. I kept working, but things changed. So some of us, you know, I mean, if we really want to get somewhere, I think that's the goal. Some people I know sleep on the sidewalks because they don't want Porchlight. They don't want services. They've burnt out. They don't want to be told what to do. And a lot of those people are severely developmentally disabled or chronically have mental illness. So we can't give these people tickets. I mean, we can't do that here. Look what happened tonight. That's what we don't want to do. I think it's really not that bad. I think there's hope, and I liked what Melanie Conklin had to say. I'm somebody that became that way that can probably not be that way. No, my 3 minutes are up, but thank you.
Thank you.
A lot. Thanks a lot.
Thank you.
And if any attorneys here want to help me, just come up and talk to me.
Alderwoman McKinney, then Alderwoman Campbell.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. I sit on the Public Safety Review Committee, and when the ordinance in its original form came before us, I absolutely felt that it was very heavily weighted against the homeless population. I did that, and I didn't feel comfortable with it. But this has gone through 4 revisions. And in those 4 revisions, we have looked at this as a public safety issue. We absolutely know that standing on an island, whoever stands on the island, as cold as it's been in this kind of weather, that's not how we want to resolve the issue of homelessness. And so I'm going to put it, for me, I have to put it back in the context of, is it safe for individuals, regardless of who that individual is, to stand on an island, and I think it is a public safety issue, and I've seen it be a public safety issue. And so I would hope that this body, number one, still make a commitment with resources for us to deal with the homeless issue. We've got to do that. We've got to do that. But also, we have to begin to look at the islands as a place not for individuals to stand on, but to move through. And so with these 4 revisions, the last time this council voted to send it back because we were still trying to massage it on the floor. We've gone through it, understand that it is as best, when I say best, it is something that actually looks at public safety. And I would ask my colleagues to keep that in mind, that it is public safety and we should move forward. I mean, individuals are in the islands and not only on the west side, but throughout our city. So we have to begin to address it and keep it as a public safety issue. Thank you.
Thank you. Alderperson Kimball?
Thank you. I'd like to move an amendment. And the amendment is very simple, but it makes it crystal clear that this is a traffic safety issue, that it's about road safety and not about anything else. And that amendment is to strike everywhere where it says highway and insert the word roadway. Those 2 words have statutory definitions. Highway includes all of the public right-of-way, including the sidewalk, including the terrace, all of that. Roadway means curb to curb. It's just the paved surfaces. And I would be happy to vote for this if this truly was a traffic safety ordinance that just applied to people standing in medians. Okay.
The amendment has been moved and seconded. Alderperson Kimball, do you wish to speak further on your amendment?
Just that I think I've made myself clear in multiple discussions on this topic that I believe it is a serious traffic. It's not just a hazard for the pedestrian, it's a serious traffic issue. I am not for criminalizing poor people or homelessness at all, but I am for road safety.
Thank you. Alderperson Gruber, do you wish to speak to the Kimball amendment? You're next in the queue. No? Okay, we'll hold you then. Mayor Soglin, do you wish to speak to the Kimball amendment? Okay. Alderperson Rummel on the amendment?
It's not why I push the button, but I can ask a question. Because the thing that I get stuck on is this major and minor arterials. So how does roadway solve that? I don't think it does. But so, David Dreyer, can you help us understand the changing definition and what that means to you, and then perhaps talk a little bit about the minor and major arterials discussion that we've been having?
Traffic Engineer Dreyer.
I think Mike may be better able to speak about the highway versus roadway. I think that sounded correct to me. With respect to the functional class, we use the state's definition of principal and minor arterial streets, and that's what was enumerated in that list. And that's determined by the state. They look at the connections the street and highway makes within the state and its connections into the cities, looks at land use, spacing of facilities, and the traffic volume on the roadway.
And I asked you, and maybe you're not the person with the answer, maybe it's the chief, but do we know there have been, how many roads have we have incidents that we're concerned about where people are standing or hanging out too long, lingering in medians? Do we have the data that shows that there are certain streets that are a problem? Can anybody help me with that question?
Mr. Dreyer, did you want to start or yield to Chief Koval?
I've not enumerated a specific list of locations. I know that there are locations on East Washington, Stoughton Road, Gammon Road, Beltline, Highway 18. Just anecdotal, but the city's not gone through and enumerated every location. University at Midvale, for example, is another one.
Person Rummel, did you wish Chief Koval to respond to your
please.
question as well?
Has any information?
Chief
to share?
Koval?
Yeah, our problem with capturing the data on this is that it depends on the complainant's perspective as they're calling it into the dispatch. We get it anywhere from the context of an unwanted person, to a checked person, to a checked property, to a suspicious person, to a soliciting complaint. We even have trespass, we have road rage. So it's hard to just tap into sort of some real easy data drives there to show like things. They're coming in as a potpourri of different things, but I would agree with sort of where the incidents of these are spiking in the major intersections that my colleague enumerated.
Thanks, I probably have questions later, but I'll stop.
Okay, thank you. Alderperson Clear.
Thanks. I just have some follow-up questions for the city attorney, or perhaps, I presume that's why ACA Paulson is here and not just for her own entertainment. But could you clarify a little bit more about this amendment by Alder Kemble and exactly how that would, I understand the difference in the physical, the geography of it, but how would this affect the actual function of the ordinance?
Attorney May wishes to begin.
Yeah, I'll start with that. The roadway is a definition in the state traffic code, which is basically, as Alder Kemble explained, curb to curb. As this fourth substitute has been drafted, it also includes the terraces, not the sidewalks, but the terraces on any of the roadways listed where it's not legal to park against the curb. So one of the reasons I made it only that limited was that if a car is legally parked against the curb on any of these roads, I agree. I don't see any problem with somebody walking on the terrace, approaching the car, walking on the roadway, and walking around the car. It's in a legally parked spot. There shouldn't be any problem with that. Alder Kemble's amendment completely removes the terraces. So, for example, take Odana and Gammon Road. People could be standing on the side of the roadway at the intersection or anywhere where they're whizzing by at presumably only the speed limit of 35, but however fast they're going there.
You've been there, haven't you?
Yes, I live out there. And they can be, asking you to fill the boot or advertising for their company or doing whatever else they want to do, standing on the terrace that close to the roadway. It was our judgment as staff that we think that defeated some of the public safety purposes of the ordinance, which is why we didn't go all the way to roadways, and what we did is we carved out this exception. On any of these streets, if somebody's car is parked legally, you can approach it from the terrace, you can approach it from the road, and we thought that was much safer than saying that somebody could, as I said, instead of standing on the median at Gammon and Odana, they stand on the terrace at the corner at Odana and Gammon.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you both. Alderperson Kimball.
Yeah, I have a problem in principle with criminalizing the public being in the public right-of-way, which is why I proposed this amendment. And I think people on the terrace are people on the terrace and don't pose the kind of serious traffic and public safety hazard that people in the medians do. So that was why I proposed this.
Thank you. Is there further discussion on the Kimball amendment? Seeing none. We'll then come to an immediate vote on the amendment. Does everyone understand the amendment that's proposed? Apparently, yes. Those in favor of the amendment will say aye. Aye. Opposed, no? No. The chair is in doubt, and I think we'll have to have a roll call vote. So those in favor of the amendment by Alderperson Kimball will say aye. Those opposed, no, and the clerk will call the roll.
Alder Hall.
This is the amendment offered by Alderperson Kimball. Would you like an aye?
Hall, aye. Harrington McKinney. No. Kemble. Aye. King. No. Palm. Aye. Fair. Aye. Rummel. Aye. Skidmore. No. Verveer.
Aye.
Aye. Wood. Aye. Zellers. No. Aaron's. No. Balde. No. Bedarsilov. Aye. Carter. No. Cheeks. No. Clear. Aye. DeMarb. No. Eskridge. Aye. Gruber. No. That's a tie.
We apparently have a tie vote. 10 in favor, 10 opposed. Oh. The mayor can only vote if he's in the chair, and he is not in the chair. Yours truly is, so the amendment fails. It is not agreed to. Further discussion? Further discussion? Alderperson Gruber?
Thank you, Alder Rivera. On the main motion, the first thing, I've never really heard the answer to this as to whether this is really a question of homelessness or, you know, what people are doing when they're there. I've heard different theories and, you know, but in any case, the one thing I wanted to raise is an interesting call I got from a constituent, and he said, I think he's maybe 90-year-old or so on, and his point was that a lot of people don't want to see this panhandling in the median, but people really need to see it. Because for whatever reason, those people are out there, they're suffering, whether it's from homelessness or addiction or poverty or whatever reason. I don't think they're out there just for the fun of it. I mean, so his point was people need to see this. People need to see that there is suffering in our community. So I just want to make that point. I do feel like that this has been crafted to be about public safety, and it applies to the fill the boot as well as any other kind of activities. And I do think there's a genuine public safety concern, and on that basis alone, I would support it. Thank you.
Mayor Soglin?
Maybe this will be the last time I speak on this matter, but I just want to make something very clear. And it's especially true based on the interviews of the people who are in the medians and along the roadways, the exit ramps, standing in that traffic that's going 55 miles an hour or more in some instances, or as you saw in the photograph that was sent to you a week and a half ago with a 3-year-old child. The vast, 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 vast majority are not homeless. They are not homeless. And in fact, it's almost impossible to find, quote, a homeless veteran. I've been consistent on this. And for those of you who are on the City Council for the 2011 term of the council, you know that despite overwhelming council support at that time, I opposed the firefighters going out into the traffic with the boot. The accidents, the deaths are well documented. And we all know that if you want to help, the best thing to do is to support our housing initiatives, from temporary and transitional housing to permanent housing, and the services that we supply to make housing first a reality. The problem is a serious one. Now, for 2 decades, we had an ordinance that was deemed constitutional. And during that period of time, when you look at it, over 20 years, we arrested virtually no one. And in fact, probably our most habitual problem was an individual who's not homeless, who at one point, probably against his interest, divulged that this is how he made a living. And studies have shown that you can make $40,000 to $80,000 a year if you get yourself a good corner. And it's a presumption on the part of the folks who did the study, and I think their presumption's accurate. No one's filing taxes. We're not interested in arresting anyone. We're going to go ahead with the adoption of this. Once it becomes law as you've adopted it, we are going to have an educational campaign. We're going to go out there. We're going to cover all of those critical intersections, all of those critical places. And we're not only going to tell the folks about what will happen on a specific day when it becomes a violation of the ordinance, but we're also, if they're interested, going to provide them information about housing, about employment. And when we return, when it becomes an effective ordinance, the officers are going to do everything in their power not to issue a citation, to simply ask the person to please go to a safe place. We'll send them to the council office. It's not a bad idea. I'm done. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor. Alderperson Hall.
Thank you again, Mr. President. All right, colleagues, it's now Wednesday. Thank you for what's already been, I think, a bit of a history-making meeting. I want to keep this as concise as possible. I also want to respect the fact that perhaps many of us would rather be asleep right now, and so I'm going to cut the crap. This isn't about public safety. This isn't about traffic safety, and the way I know that is because if this were only an issue of firefighters filling the boot or the Memorial High School tennis team advertising a car wash, we wouldn't be here talking about it. We wouldn't be here talking about it after midnight, and we wouldn't be on the fourth substitution of, I think now the third time it's come before the council. If this were about that, we wouldn't be here. This has everything to do with panhandling. It has everything to do with our fundamental misunderstanding and our tendency to judge that which is different from us. Those who live in a lifestyle that we can't understand and are afraid of, and who we are then sort of, feeling that tug to judge and perhaps to shoo away and to push away. And I know we're better than that. We've been better than that every other time that this type of idea has come before us. So I'm gonna respectfully ask that we do the same thing again tonight. As we think about this, as we think about perhaps, well, let me step back for a second. So I don't for a second want to say that my fellow alders who have co-sponsored this amendment are in any way mean-spirited or that their intention is to make anybody less safe. I know that what's in their hearts is pure and that they want to make people more safe, and I respect that. But we got to think about what's gonna happen. What's the real impact here? Now, the vast majority of the impact of this proposal is going to be felt by those who are, if not scientifically, categorically, technically homeless, which I would argue that probably a fair amount are certainly those who are perhaps among the most disadvantaged in our society. There's no denying that the vast majority of those impacted by this proposal are going to come from that group of our neighbors. So colleagues, are we seriously considering a policy which will place an extra burden on our neighbors who already have so little, neighbors who don't know where their next meal is coming from, and I hate to be morbid, but neighbors who we're not sure are gonna even survive this winter? Are we seriously sitting here saying that what we need to do as a body to show leadership in obviously a great community, is to place an extra burden on that group of people? I don't think that's what we're here for. I think we're here to help, and if we can't help, to at least not to hurt. This policy will hurt. So, as we explore and unpack this idea, we have heard a lot of buts. But the people who are there panhandling and asking for money, they're not really homeless, they don't really need it, and they're all working for some other guy, or they're working for someone else who takes a cut of whatever it is they earn. And there's apparently this cabal going on that's very well organized, apparently. And I think everyone has some anecdotal idea. Everyone's heard a story about how, oh, it's someone that's, really on the make and it's tax-free income. And, everyone has a story of Sasquatch too, but that doesn't make it real. I mean, I've personally pulled over and spoken with folks who are panhandling in medians, and they don't have to tell me the truth. They don't know me, whatever. But I've had conversations, I've shared what I had, whether that be money or my lunch, with folks, and I've never gotten the impression that they're out there breathing exhaust, freezing their fingers off, because they think that it's an easy way to make a buck. So I want us to keep that in mind. Let's run things through the common sense-o-meter, if you will. We want to talk about distracted driving. All of us know that reading a text message while you're in your car is a bad idea. It's distracting, and we shouldn't do it. Wait for the stoplight like everybody else. I'm just kidding. But would reading a sign from someone who's panhandling also be distracting? Sure, why not? You're taking your focus off the road. But if we want to focus on distracted driving, if that's really our thrust and our aim with a policy, where is the public service announcements out on the city channel saying, hey, put your phone down when you're driving? Surely this awesome little device in everyone's hand is a way bigger distraction than a couple of cardboard signs at intersections. Surely, if we really wanted to get behind that, if we wanted to show some leadership, certainly we could. Where's the public education? Where's the statistics that are going out to folks? We're not really doing that because that's not what this is really about. I keep coming back to that. And then we hear, of course, and I hear this from some of my constituents, and I've also heard it alluded to by this body, perhaps in the past, that, well, the money isn't going where you think it's going when you give somebody $1 in the median. So, we don't really want that sort of thing. We don't really want to be contributing to anybody's habits. So let's set that aside. I've never been homeless, and I thank God every day for that. But if I was, I'd probably want to be drunk. So you know what? I don't care. If that is what someone wants to do with whatever they can earn, it is not my place to judge. You know what? We have bigger problems, Madison. 1 in 8 children in Dane County still going to bed hungry. So you want to tell me that the biggest problem we have is how somebody uses $1 that you give them on a median? Because I'm not buying that, and I don't think this body is either. Whether a young woman who's standing on a median, breathing carbon fumes, and freezing day in and day out, or sweltering, as the season may be in lovely Wisconsin, whether the money that she collects is going to feed her family or her habit, not only is not my business, but I would rather have her out there doing that than all the other things that she could be doing as a young woman to pay for whatever it is that she needs to pay for in this life, right? So let's think about this with an equity lens from the women's perspective here. What are we forcing people into doing to make that cash if they're not able to do what they have been doing? I want us to really, really think about that. And finally, we got a lot of materials from the mayor about the safety at intersections. And there was one that I came across I thought was really interesting. It's from our National Highway Traffic Safety Administration, specifically dealt with pedestrian and vehicle, they politely called it conflicts. And it said that of the pedestrian vehicle accidents that occur, 71% occur at places other than the intersection, and 19% occur at an intersection. So you got to ask yourself, public safety at this point, when that's by far not where these accidents are happening. I don't for a second doubt the purity of intention in my colleague's heart in wanting to make Madison safer for everybody, for the drivers that we don't want to see distracted, for the folks who are down on their luck, who are out in these medians. But I keep coming back to the idea that this is not in the slightest the way to do it, and that this is absolutely going to put a burden on our neighbors that are perhaps the most disadvantaged among us. And that's just not what we're here for. If we can't help, then at least let's not hurt. Thank you all.
Thank you. Let me just tell you the order here. Alderman McKinney, then Rummel, then King, Clear, and Palm. Oh, I'm sorry. I thought, there we go.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Mayor. And can't believe I'm coming down on the same side as the mayor, so I want to say that. Let me be very clear. I absolutely support men and women who are in distress. And so I sat on the Homeless Issues Consortium, and I absolutely support services, resources for that population. The behavior of standing on an island, regardless of who the individual is the thing that we are looking at. I have driven behind individuals who stopped to hand out money on the street, and aggressive drivers are honking their horns or are trying to go around. I have seen that. I've witnessed that. And so when I look at it, I still have to say, is it a traffic safety, public safety issue? And when it is, and I'm not calling it bad behavior, when the behavior is in question, and we had this discussion yesterday, is that when the behavior is in question, the human element is not whether a fire person is on the medium, someone selling Girl Scout cookies, someone that's homeless, someone who's a veteran. That is not the issue. The issue is that individuals standing on the island are at risk for themselves, for the individuals who are stopping to hand them money. It is just not a safe place to be. I don't know how many times that we have to say that. It is just not a safe space to be. More importantly, when I drive by and I see individuals with the snow packed up in the intersection, and they're moving from that island into the street back and forth, that is a safety hazard. And we have to begin to look at that. I mean, this has gone through 4 revisions to make sure that it is absolutely looking at, is it a safe place for any individual to be on the medium? And I would venture to say is that it is not a safe place to be. And so when you said my colleagues bad, I don't even look at that. It is just not a good place for individuals to stand on an island. Do we have to do a better job at making sure that those individuals who need resources, yes, we need to do a better job. My question always comes back to how is the education? We've talked about there will be education and there'll be this. I want to know, when is that going to be, and who's going to craft that, and what's that's going to look like? And we need to make sure that we hold the police accountable in terms of who's going to do it, when it's going to do it, and when that's going to come back to us so that we know it's going to be done. But my colleagues, we have to say that this is not criminalizing any population. To stand on the island has a potential of not being safe. And I ask you to please, please let us move this off of the table and vote it up or down. But I would hope that we would support this, because it is not safe to be standing on the medium for anyone.
Alderman Rummel.
Thank you, Mayor. So if I accept the premise of this ordinance that it's about public safety, and I ask, show me the data where this is a problem, nobody has any data. We can go to the mayor's office and watch his video cam. That is my data. That is totally anecdotal. I admit to having watched people at Midvale and University, and probably other locations. I can say to you, I have maybe seen 2 locations, period. I'm not saying there aren't more. But tell me where they are, people. Tell me if they're on major arterials or minor arterials. I've never seen anybody in the median on Williamson Street. Because you can go up and down the street and ask people for money. You don't need to stand in the street. And when I asked Mr. Dreyer to tell me, he made a map for me that showed all the principal, they're called arterials, and then the minor arterials. And at some point he said to me, if I took out all the minor arterials, that would remove 2/3 of the streets on this list. And then his anecdotal observation that he knew there would be two intersections where he knew of panhandling, and one would be at Gammon and Watts, and one would be at Gammon near Sam's Club. So then I said, well, what's the zoning around there? Is it like big box zoning, CCTs, or some way you could make it a zoning district? And I just don't really feel that people have really looked at this in a way that solves a problem if there's a public safety problem. I don't buy the argument that if you're not so broad that they're just going to go other places. Maybe I could be wrong, but it just seems to me if the argument is it's a business proposition, you know what they say, location, location, location. Where are there 25,000 cars? On East Washington, not on some smaller neighborhood street. So I'm really stuck on this. I can accept the premise that it's dangerous. I know I've cringed when I've seen the boot. I mean, that happened to me once at Blair, and I just freaked out. I mean, why are you walking in the middle of a lane to get money? I didn't like it at all. But on the other hand, it just seems like so broad without data, and I just challenge you who support it to make a more fine-grained approach to this ordinance if you really think it's the solution.
Alderman King, Clear, Palm, and then I will, Mike, you'll come take the chair, because I'll answer Alderman Rummel's question. Alderman King.
So, I believe in the preferential option of the poor. I believe in housing first, and we are back to the other previous debate where I was called out, and I talked about the and or. And this is an and situation. We need this, and we need all the other stuff that we've talked about for services. And I got called out on that by District 2 down there and ended up sponsoring something because of my words, right? And I'm willing to do that again. All of those other things that we mentioned, they're great. We survived for 20-something years with no one doing this in the roadways with, what did you say, 1 arrest?
There was more than
one. More than one. Limited numbers. We have in here, in this 4th revision, a request or a demand to collect data that we will have within 6 to 8 months, probably 8 months since we're delaying it by 2 months for education. And I'm willing to take that risk to see, and if this comes down to it's a huge issue and we have criminalized this, then I will be the first to vote to take it off and vote it down. But right now, it is a safety issue. And you know what the tipping point for me was, people? And I don't care if you consider it propaganda or not. A little kid standing on the median with someone. A little kid. You cannot tell me that was safe. You cannot tell me. And if that only happens one time, it's enough for me to vote for this to see what the data is going to be for public safety. For that one kid. Because that kid did not have a choice to be in that median. So if that's the level that the community is going to take it to, I am not on board. So please support this. Let's collect some data and then come back to it. But it is not the right thing to have people standing in the median of busy intersections, period.
Alderman Clear.
As usual, Alder King is a tough act to follow. This is a tough one because I'm hearing the conversations here. I've changed my mind probably 14 times since we last discussed this, and I'm doing it again tonight. And it's made all the more difficult by hearing some of the most thoughtful and caring members of this council disagreeing on this very topic. And But I have seen the behavior that we've talked about. Attorney May mentioned Gammon and Odana at Gammon and Mineral Point. People standing with 1 foot in the 19th district and 1 foot in the 9th, and darting out into traffic. And I've seen near collisions between cars and pedestrians and cars and other cars caused by this behavior. I have admonished my neighbors and friends, if you want this behavior to stop, don't give them money. If the activity was not productive, then people would move elsewhere. And I think one of the reasons that, and Elder King mentioned that we haven't seen this up until recently, it's because this is very productive. It works for the people that do this behavior. At the same time, since we last discussed this, we had the Martin Luther King celebration, and I know most, if not all of us, were there. And I was very moved by the words of Reverend Mitchell / Judge Mitchell. I never know quite which hat he's wearing, and I think probably the answer is both at all times. And he spoke about the requirement that's higher on government actions to ensure that their actions are not just right, but that they are just. And those words really spoke to me and made me think about this ordinance and made me weigh whether it feels just. And I can't make that argument that it is just. I hear what Alder King is saying, and I am scared to death for the little kids that are out there. Somehow this doesn't feel like the just solution for that problem. I agree that problem needs to be addressed. But I don't think this will be the just way to do it. Thank you.
Alderman Powell.
When I was elected to this body too many years ago now, I really had a difficult thought that here I was supposed to be introducing legislation, and I didn't, when I first sat down, I didn't really understand why we needed more. Like the universe was sort of working, right? And there was a lot of people who were just like introducing little things over and over again, and I was like, how did you think about these things? And I'm struck by that as the conversation for this particular amendment that keeps popping back. When we're devoting a lot of energy and time discussing this, but if you were to ask about and Alder Ramos articulated this too, the data, the consequences, and the impact, even if you're talking about public safety, there's not a lot. When we have to go to other cities to talk about accidents or issues, then we don't have that data here. And I can think of a whole host of things that the city already has that is illegal, or things like jaywalking, which aren't actually necessarily, that are just as dangerous, and we have real substantial proof that those things really affect people. When we constructed East Washington Avenue, we installed fencing in areas that, not that there was a potential for someone to die crossing the street, but that where people had died crossing the street. So it wasn't just, like, we think this is a problem. It was, we know this is a problem. And then even more tragically, we still had people who got hit where we had deliberately made an attempt to prevent people from crossing streets. And so I say this because I really don't think that this is good for people. I don't think that this is the best opportunity, even if it makes you money, that to put yourself in danger and to put yourself in those environments. I always thought about toll collectors at bridges. They've now eliminated all that stuff, but those people really got health problems because of the car exhaust. So I think about that and I say, yes, we really need to really move people forward and not have to be in this situation. And certainly we can always talk about the and we have certainly been working on Housing First and other solutions. But we always have to remember there is always someone who is new to being homeless or have just moved to our community or has for whatever reason found themselves in the situation. And so we will never immediately solve everyone's scenario. That we can solve a lot of people's problems, but we just can't solve everyone's. And so while I certainly know that there are constituents of ours and certainly of mine who have expressed their concerns about seeing people on street medians or intersections trying to panhandle for money, in the end of the day, I don't have the data, and I'm sure the mayor will try and express again where he sees it. But I don't have the data to support going so far as to the clear-cut solution that we have been presented here tonight.
Thank you. Mayor Soglin?
Thank you. If I'd known you wanted it, I would have brought my list from the office. From what I can recall, East Washington and Blair, Verona Road at the Speedway gas station, East Washington, Milwaukee, Cottage Grove at various interchanges or cross streets, including Stoughton Road, the entrance to the Home Depot off the side street off East Washington, I can't recall the street, the entrance to Sam's on the west side, Gammon and Watts, Gammon and Odana, Gammon and Mineral Point, Odana and Whitney Way, Park and Fish Hatchery, Beltline exits at Seminole, Fish Hatchery, Park, Old Sauk Road, and Mineral Point, Stoughton and Cottage Grove Road, I mentioned, Stoughton and East Washington at Lean, and what is it, Springs Road? I can't remember. Thank you. University in Midvale, Mineral Point in Midvale. Those are I know just what I think of in 5 minutes that I know are areas where the panhandling takes place. Oh, and I just recalled at times there's a guy who is on John Nolan Drive by the entrance of, it's getting late. Yeah, not North Shore, by the tennis courts coming into
Broome, South Broome.
Regent Street becomes
Proudfoot Street.
Proudfoot, and Proudfoot winds around.
North Shore Drive.
Thank you.
Are you complete, Mayor?
Sounds like.
Okay, I guess. Is there further discussion? Seeing none, no further discussion, we'll come to a vote on the fourth substitute ordinance proposal. Those in favor will say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. Roll call's been requested. Those in favor of the fourth substitute will say aye. Those opposed, no. And the clerk will call the roll.
Alder Hall? No. Harrington McKinney? Yes. Yes. Kemble? No. King? Aye. Aye. Palm? No. Fair? No. No. Rummel? No. No. Skidmore? Aye. Aye. Verveer? Aye. Aye. Wood? Aye. Aye. Zellers? Aye. Aaron's. Aye. Balde. Aye. Bedar Sila. No. Carter. Aye. Cheeks. No. Clear. No. DeMarb. Aye. Eskridge. Aye. Gruber. Aye.
Aye. 12 ayes, 8 noes, the motion is carried. Alderman Aaron's? You'll be added. 12-8, motion carries. I think the desk is clear, Alderman Verveer. Do we have?
Mayor?
Yes, go ahead, please.
I'll start. I move to introduce and refer to the Board of Estimates a resolution amending the 2017 operating budget to the clerk's office and authorizing the replacement of flooded election equipment.
Motion, wait a second, this is introduction. Is there any objection for introduction and referral? Seeing none, it's so ordered on the item. Do you have any others, Alderman Verveer?
I do not, but I know there are others.
Alderman Rummel?
I'd like to move Legistar 46054, authorizing the mayor and city clerk to execute a development agreement to fund a $343,000 tax incremental finance loan to 134 Fair Oaks LLC or its assigns to assist in the development of an approximately 80-unit affordable housing project, approximately 80 parking stalls, and approximately 2250 square feet of commercial space located at 134 South Oaks, and refer to the Board of Estimates.
Second.
Is there any objection? Seeing none, so ordered. Alderman Zellers?
I'd like to move legislative file number 46056, amending section 28.211 of the Madison General Ordinances to change the definitions of lot line, rear and setback, rear yard with respect to irregularly shaped lots, and the recommended action is refer to the Plan Commission.
Second.
Any objection? Seeing none, so ordered. Alderman Carter?
I just wanted to be added as a co-sponsor.
You will be. Alderman Verveer, the troops are leaving.
I
Your
see
motion
that.
Quickly.
We want to wish a happy birthday to Alderperson Aaron's on February 18th and ask Alderperson King.
Is there a second?
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed, not. Motion carries. We got a lot done tonight.